You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
Today we're very excited to have on the spot Tiara Silette from Cannabis Education Canada. Tiara, how are you doing today?
I am amazing. It is a beautiful sunny day, and I am definitely enjoying every moment of this day.
Now,
Awesome.
I'm a big fan of the sun. We can see the sun coming through your window there, but I am not a fan of the winter. Are you happy that the sun is shining, but you're inside out of the cold, or are you somebody who would prefer to actually be on a sunny day on a snow hill somewhere playing in the white powder?
Oh, I am 100% very much enjoying the heat of my condo. Yes, I love the sun, and I love the extra heat it's bringing because it has been so cold. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, the last week it was like minus 30. I was like, oh my God, how do I live in a place that hurts my face?
Right?
It's brutal.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's something, I'll say it right here on the air, and if we lose listeners, so be it. But there is something a little bit messed up with people who say they love the winter. I don't know. Something seems weird about that to me.
Well, I enjoy sledding, on a crazy carpet or, GT. But I also like to go for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then go back inside and get some hot chocolate and get warm. I don't want to go and roll around and make an igloo or a snow angel.
Oh my God, I agree.
No.
Hey,
we're so on the same page.
Who's that behind you?
This is Finnegan, my little cat.
Oh,
he
my
loves
goodness.
to just snuggle up and be around us all the time. Yeah,
So
he's
cute.
Adorable. I'll actually tell you guys a funny story about how I got this cat. So, my wife and I used to own a cannabis vape lounge.
Okay.
And one day we were sitting there and smoking, and I was like, you know what? I think we need a lounge cat. And she's like, that's a good idea. So I told her, I was like, but you know what? I have specifics of what I'm really looking for in a cat because I've had cats before. And they were not very nice, okay? I was like, I need a really nice cat, one that acts almost like a dog, okay? He just wants to be around you. I want a cat that's not going to meow in my face all day. I want a black, fat cat.
Okay.
And so I had all of this whole list of things that I wanted. Now, a week later, the first client that had ever come into our vape lounge came in and she's like, hey, T, I know you know that we have a dog now. And, the dog and the cat keep trying to eat each other. So do you think you could take the cat? And I'm like, sure. Show me the picture. What does he look like? It ends up being a black, fat, mute cat who literally does not know how to act like a cat. I think he has an identity crisis because he is the nicest animal of all time. He does not hold a grudge, which to know if you know cats, they hold a grudge, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he wants attention all the time. He wants to be pet and snuggled. So I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Please give me this cat. This is meant to be. I totally manifested this. I'm so excited about it.
That's awesome.
I had a cat recently who's no longer with us, but I've always been a cat person. I'm not a dog person. I love cats, and I love the fact that cats aren't dogs in the sense that they really don't care or need you around, and you can go away for a couple of days, just put an extra dish, right? And they're gonna, when you come back, they'll be like, oh, there they are, as if you've never been gone.
Pretty much.
But we had gotten petless for not long, but long enough for me to be in my family, I was like, that's it. The last pets have died. Let's reset. No more pets. We're on a new stage of life.
Yeah.
But my daughter really, really wanted not just a new cat, but wanted a handicapped cat, a cat that no, she wanted to save a cat that nobody else was gonna maybe get.
Yeah.
So this kid is like, I think she literally has angelic genes, but she does no wrong, and so it was hard to say no to her. So we're like, okay, we'll do this. We'll bring a cat into the family. So she did her research, and we went down to the I don't know if it was the Humane Society officially, but that's sort of like some sort of shelter thing. And they brought this cat out of the infirmary that had like snot bubbles hanging out of its nose. And this is the thing that I find interesting about cats is everybody who was in the room wanted this cat except me. But who did that cat come up and start cuddling?
Oh my God,
with?
Of course.
That's me, right? So I've got snot on my leg, and we're like, okay, is this snot thing going to be like a thing? And they're like, well, actually, it's a chronic breathing thing. Scooter is the name. Mm-hmm. Scooter will have this for the rest. We've tried antibiotics. It would just he's never going to be able to get rid of it. It's a constant thing, and it's going to affect his eating habits and stuff like that because he can't breathe through his nose. He'll always have to breathe through his mouth. And so, we were like, well, okay, let's save this cat. Like, so this cat comes home, and I'll tell you what, for I think we had him for a year and a half, and he's like the best cat in the world, and he became my cat more than. And he would lie on my chest with his paws around my neck, which was really cute until I thought about it. I'm like, he still is a cat. Like, he's maybe just trying to get to that point where he just like, strangles me or whatever. But he never did. And I've still got snot on my walls because he would sneeze and shake his head when he would sneeze.
Oh my God. Yes, they do that.
And it was the cutest thing. And my kids, I don't even drink water bottles. Like, my son and I are the only two in the house. And if I see a water bottle that might have been mine, but maybe not, I don't drink out of it. And my kids were always like, Dad, you let Scooter literally like rub his snotty nose against your cheek while you're watching TV, but you won't drink out of our water bottle? I'm like, yes, because I love Scooter. He's so cute. So we've recently lost Scooter a little while ago, but
sorry.
But he was the best. He was the best cat in the world. But now I'm for sure petless because he was like the peak. He was like, I can't top him.
Wow.
So,
yeah, Finn is literally my peak for sure. He is the best.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nice when you can rescue an animal because like that's what we did last year. My daughter, same thing, was bugging me. She wanted a pet, and as we all know, 2021 was a little off, and I was like, you know what? We're spending all this time at home, and I mean, she's old enough that she's responsible. She can help out. Either way, we got a cat, and it was weird because COVID times, they brought the cat out and put it on the table and was like, don't let it off the table. And I'm like, don't let it off the table. And the cat's been probably in a cage in the back and just wants to go wander around. And it's hard to get a sense for an animal in that sort of period. But my God, she is adorable. She says good morning every morning and comes and cuddles. We've got a routine. She'll go in and same thing, wake up the kids. And it's like she knows. She knows. It's like, you need to get up for school. Hello.
That's the cutest thing ever. Cats are honestly the best. I love having cats. They're so like independent and simple, and like they don't require much. And like honestly, it's the best with this cat because like he gives you just the right amount of love, and like he's not super sassy, and he just kind of does his own thing. And then they sleep like the majority of the day, so it's like great. I don't even gotta worry about them. Like I feel like with dogs, like a lot of them require so much attention. They're running around the house, and like they need like to be outside. Yeah, they're like a kid.
Yeah,
and they're absolutely. Like cats are just super simple. It's like a nice roommate.
Did you know that house cats are the most dangerous animals in the world? Did you know that?
I did not know that, actually.
So here's the reason, and it makes perfect sense. They are the only wild animal that kills for fun. So they'll kill because they don't need. So when they kill the birds and the mice and everything that they come across, they literally will do it because they have that instinctual thing, but they know they don't need it anymore. Their food is provided for them. So they're the only wild animal that will go out there and deliberately just kill for the fun of it.
I thought it was to thank you.
That is like a very interesting fact and very accurate.
It's right. It's kind of creepy though, because you wonder, sometimes when you wake up and they're looking at you and you're just like, wait a minute, am I going to be the plaything today?
Yeah, it's actually crazy. I saw this reel the other day. It was like talking about how like, wow, I have a wild animal in the house. And not just a wild animal, but like a carnivorous, like a wild animal.
Right?
And I'm like, geez, like the majority of cats like totally look at you as if they will kill you sometimes. Like,
Yep.
Okay,
like you're just testing my buttons here.
Okay.
Like,
I'm gonna have to find this video. I know I have it. It's on my hard drive. Like under like, oh no you don't, or something like that. But it's a video of me sitting on the floor in the kitchen and the cat is like staring me down and I'm like, hello? And I'm like backing up and I'm like, what are you doing? And the cat's like trying to go behind me.
oh
And
my
I'm like,
God.
I'm like,
so
no, like it tried to attack my leg multiple times and we actually had to get rid of it because it attacked my ex-boyfriend's leg as he was getting in the shower because he told him to get out of the bathroom. The cat, you know what I mean? Cats have their own. He wanted to be in the bathroom and he said, no, get out. And I guess he kind of deserved it.
The cat ended up finishing off that ex-boyfriend. That's why I'm in the picture now.
I love it.
So as much as I could talk about cats all day, maybe I'll start a cat podcast. Cats love their catnip. You and MJ love your cannabis.
Well, cats also love cannabis too.
Do they?
Accurate, yes.
Yeah, a lot of cats will come around. They know because cannabis, the grinder, the sound, the rituals that go with it. The cats know, and they'll come and they'll come in the room.
Cats and dogs have an endocannabinoid system and receptors to accept cannabinoids to help them with like arthritis, with pain, anxiety. In fact, if you give your dogs who are like super anxious, like some CBD or like, treats that are infused, honestly, it helps them so much to just chill out and like take it a little bit better.
Do you, okay. I don't know if you're an expert in this field, but now I'm interested. Are there what other do all animals have the endocannabinoid system?
Yeah, like mammals, we all have pretty much an endocannabinoid system that accepts cannabis. I mean, I definitely need to research a little bit more into all of the animals, but I do know more about like cats and dogs because I've had a lot of people that I've crossed paths with looking for, ways to help their animals, whether they are suffering from a disease or if they're just, getting a little bit up there in age and are trying to help with their, hip pain, arthritis, or any of those things. And it also helps younger puppies and stuff with like anxiety and like the separation aspect.
So would you, so like MJ will sometimes have, like cannabis leaf in its rawest form, like on a bagel or something like that. And I'm now considering, after some more conversations with people, putting some CBD oil into my my smoothies. So when you're talking about animals, is that something like, would it be putting CBD in their food or putting even a full leaf on top of their bowl? Like how do animals digest the plant?
Similar, like exactly like that. So if you had CBD oil, you could add it to their food. There are treats that are already infused with like CBD isolate and all of that. And there's a lot of information on how to do it based on their weight. So I believe it's like 10 milligrams per pound or 2 pounds. And with cats, you want to give them a little bit, like you want to give them double that because they have less receptors than dogs do. So to be able to like achieve the same level of that, you want to give them like double the dose.
Huh. Now, how late or early in your cannabis journey did you figure out that it was also helpful to animals? Did you all, was that something?
Really early on, actually.
Really?
That was one of the things that was, I've always been very interested in the education aspect of cannabis, and I've been like kind of one of those nerds that likes to just learn about every aspect of the plant.
Yeah.
So that was definitely one of the things that came up, and a lot of people were talking about, and I just wanted to know a little bit more about it, so I could how I could help like my animals and animals of family members and friends that I knew that were searching for help for that, and it's helped a lot of people along the way. So it's been a great experience.
What about yourself? What brought you into understanding that cannabis was an aid to you? I'm assuming based on the way you're talking that cannabis probably isn't just recreational for you.
No, it is medicinal actually. However, it did come to me in a more recreational way to start. Um, I was one of those losers who needed to tell my parents like everything I did because I had like the worst conscience ever. So I told them how I was interested in trying cannabis. Now, my parents back then were a lot more traditional, I guess you could say. I grew up Muslim, so they were like, no drugs in this house and all of that. And I was like, well, it's not a drug. And so I spent 6 months researching it and created a whole PowerPoint presentation to show them. Now, my parents are not as lame as I am, so they did not watch my PowerPoint presentation. But they understood after like 6 months of me trying to tell them every fact I had ever learned about it that, okay, wow, maybe there's something more to this than, what we've been told. And my parents are quite open-minded in that sense. They are open to me like providing information about different plants or, psychedelics and information that, is not so open or out there.
Yeah.
And so when I told them about all this information, they're like, okay, you know what? You can try it, but you got to do it with us. So I was like, all right, no problem. So we tried it. Now,
So you and your parents tried it?
Yep, me and my parents tried it. And now my parents are bigger potheads than I am. Let me tell you, okay? They finish way more weed than I could ever freaking finish. It's insane. Yeah, so now they love it. And that's how it started with like a recreational. But then I got into a really bad snowboard accident. And I had the option. Thankfully, my doctor at the time was extremely open as well. And he was like, well, you have two options. I can either give you medicinal cannabis or you're going to be on Percocets. So I'm like, okay, well, let's try cannabis, obviously. I mean, I already like it, so might as well go that route. It's natural. I'm not going to, be addicted to anything at that point. So let's go that way. So I started with cannabis medicinally at that point and was going through like Bedrocan. And that was like my main source for a little while. And then yeah, my whole life kind of changed after doing that because in university, sorry, just kind of kicked my camera there. But in university, I did criminology and justice and forensic psych, and I spent my entire time basically talking about cannabis, like whether it was about legalization or legislation. Every paper that I was allowed to write that was like, you get to choose the subject, my professors already knew it was going to be about cannabis. So that was kind of like my thing in university. And I had already gotten married in third year to my wife. Like we got married very young. And so when I graduated, she was like, well, what do you want to do with your life? And I'm like, well, I'd like to do something in cannabis. She's like, well, that's not specific enough. She graduated a physiotherapist, but she was like, okay, well, I'm interested in doing something with you if you want to like start something. So I was like, okay, why don't we do a vape lounge? So after I graduated, 4 months after that, we opened our vape lounge in Pickering, Ontario. And that was amazing. We had such a great experience. We turned it into a patient intake clinic and a cannabis education center where we were working with like the Durham Regional Police Services, providing cannabis to disease groups in Canada. And yeah, it was a really amazing experience. And then, we also had markets, so we eventually got rated. And now we are in an education. We have an education company called Cannabis Education Canada, where we provide international education, and we work with companies that work directly with the United Nations to provide them cannabis education and trying to give them more of an idea of what's happening in Canada, both from the legacy market and the legal markets perspective.
Wow. One of the things I learned through everything you just said there is I now know why you're not a fan of winter. I mean, snowboarding took you down initially, so I can see.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that.
100%.
So it's funny though how you described everything with like, I'm nerdy this way because I put together this PowerPoint and I studied all the information and stuff. And I always find that interesting because we live in a society now that I think there's a stigma to that as well. And it's not a knock against the wordage that you use, but we do live in a society now that refuses to want to understand anything.
That's so true.
And it's almost like, because I've been talking a lot about my intense. It doesn't take up a whole lot of time, but I spend time measuring my food out and weighing it in the mornings and getting an understanding of how much I eat, what I eat. I really kind of figure out what's the best bedtime for me. I try to maximize my health. And nice. People sometimes roll their eyes and they're just like, oh, like I don't, just put the food on the plate. I don't want to take 2 minutes to weigh it. And to me, I think that's a disservice. Is just like we should want to know what we're eating, and same with cannabis. That whole thing of like the fact that you had this passion, and that your parents, although they did not see your PowerPoint, it was that knowledge though, and that persistency, and that knowledge or that gaining of knowledge that really swayed them ultimately. It wasn't just someone stomping their feet going, I want to smoke cannabis. It was somebody who came to them with information. And I think one stigma we need to break down is that concept of studying something and wanting to know it well is a positive, not a negative.
No, I 100% agree. And that's kind of been my motivator in everything that I do. Cannabis has been my main plant that I've like learned about, educated people on, and it's been my huge passion. And now I've entered more of like a passion and understanding and for psychedelics, you know, with fungi and other different forms of plant and sacred medicines, and just the benefits of all of that. You know, it really comes down to these natural plants that we have, you know, available to us, and how we use them or how we ban them, and like the prohibition aspect of it and why it's banned. You know, there's so much when it comes to learning about a topic. So yes, I 100% agree that like getting information on something definitely is a huge factor in helping people change their minds, stereotypes, stigmas. You know, the best form and the best fight towards it is education and knowledge. And, you know, I definitely agree that some people are starting to wake up more to that idea. You know, they're starting to listen to more podcasts and find out information on different topics in different ways now that we have it so amply available to us with the internet, right? So I definitely see a shift in that, but there definitely could be a little bit more. There's definitely some people who keep a stance of a very, you know, traditional point of view and don't really want to look outside of that. Like they almost fear the knowledge that is available to them because it's not what they know or what they've learned and what they believe to be true. And sometimes it's such a hit to their ego to have believed something for so long and then realize, oh wait, maybe I was wrong. So I feel like that's another barrier to like educating themselves or being open to different topics.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially when you're dealing with something like cannabis.
Absolutely.
Like it was illegal for so many years that now that it's legalized, we're being able to do more testing, we're getting more information. So to have the thought of what I used to know is right and will always be right, especially when it comes to cannabis, you cannot have that mindset. Like maybe if it comes to growing in your own personal garden because you know what works for you and you don't want to try something new, that's fine. You're only affecting your own garden. But when it comes to educating others, you cannot, like, for example, the sativa indica. We need to squash that right away. We need to stop telling people, do you want to up a sativa upper high or do you want an indica in the couch low? Like, no, exactly. No. We need to adapt to all this new information. So 100%. It's nice to see that not only are you educating, but you're educating yourself before educating others.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the biggest factor is to be able to like, it's like practicing what you preach too, right? I mean, if you're going to be able to like provide information, you want to know a little bit more on that subject. You want to be able to have a background. And there's so many forms of education. And it's interesting because traditional education in cannabis is tough. We only got education on cannabis when it was legalized, but people were educating way before that. So to be able to say, you know, I have a degree in cannabis from a school only means so much too. There are so many forms of educating yourself and others with courses on the internet, you know, researching medical journals. There's so much background to it, going and actually experiencing it. You know, like one of the things that was extremely important to me was to go to various countries to experience cannabis culture there. We did an entire like trip through South America just to meet like head shop owners, go to expos. You know, we went to a Airbnb in Uruguay, which was like a weed museum that was also an Airbnb. It was like very interesting. Like there's so many different aspects to cannabis culture, and so many different places where you can learn from it, right? I mean, for example, Uruguay, like they legalized cannabis in 2013. So the amount of education you can get just by, from the people there, from the growers, from the, people who are extracting cannabis, like there is so many forms of education.
What did you learn? Did you learn anything specifically that you can remember going down into Uruguay or on any of those other countries where you're like, whoa, hold on 1 second, that's new. That wasn't part of my culture's teaching or unofficial curriculum.
Honestly, their culture is more on pushing home grow. So I found that was interesting because they have more of a passion and pushing the actual plant versus just taking it for a monetary, transaction. Where I feel like in our culture, we're very like, okay, we're going to legalize, but because we're going to tax it, we're going to make this much money off of it because this, and this. Not because like, oh, it's a plant, it makes sense, we should legalize it because like people need this plant and it's helpful. No, we had to find every possible monetary way of doing it. Uruguay was trying to cut the black market and the violence and the drug cartels and all of that. So this is one of the other things that pushed them to legalize. But then they started selling cannabis a gram for $1. Like it wasn't like a form of like breaking people's bank. It was a form of like, okay, this is how we're going to do it, but we really, really recommend you do home grow. And it was like 100 plants, I believe, that they could like have. So it was like you have access to so much of this plant and ways of doing it, and they're open to like they had the government threw a huge cannabis party where they had people from all around the world just come through, like the strain hunters were there, and like there was all sorts of like people coming in and just talking and like communicating, educating themselves. Like it was amazing. It was such a great experience. It's like the government is doing this, like they're providing cannabis education, they're providing information, they're not closed off to the possibilities that there are with cannabis. And I feel like that was something that was very eye-opening for me because we had just legalized cannabis. It was like I had gone November of 2018, so we had just legalized in Canada. And our original rollout was absolutely terrible. Oh my gosh, if you recall the original rollout of cannabis, like people were getting their cannabis so late, they were getting underweighed cannabis, there was mold in it. I mean, it was a whole thing. When I got to Uruguay, I mean, I felt like embarrassed almost. Like, don't talk to us about our like rollout. It's really bad. I ended up doing like this interview for CBC while I was in Colombia, talking about the situation of mold and like the OCS and like the like product that they were providing, and it was horrible. So I was like almost like, okay, wow, like these people have legalized 5 years ago. Like at the time it was like 5 years. They've gotten so much together. Their outdoor grow was comparable to our hydro here. It was amazing. The terpenes were incredible. They had it down packed. The timing to like plant, the time to harvest, to dry, like they really had it down. And there were so many people in the culture and like the community that were able to do it. It wasn't just like a few people hiding in their, house in their garage trying to do it. So it was very interesting to see like that outlook on and perspective on how they saw cannabis and the benefit it had to their community and society, and like the lack of stigma. There was so much less of a stigma there, and like that was beautiful. Like we've legalized for now a couple of years, and like there's still such a huge stigma with cannabis.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, I feel like it's very eye-opening.
Not everybody here can grow, like because landlords, like you're saying, stigma. Landlords are like, no, you can't do that here, but they don't understand that there are multiple different products out there, grow boxes, that one we see in the armoire. They're beautiful and they don't affect that there's no mold or mildew in the apartment. Like the stigma is so strong here that there is something to be said about gardening. I'm a gardener. I have a home garden, and I've killed every rose bush, every ivy, every sunflower I've ever owned. I think I even killed a cactus once. Okay.
Oh my God, like, that's hilarious. Those are hard to kill.
Right? But cannabis, there is something about knowing that is going to be helping me, that it is growing for a purpose. Just like I smoke with intention, I grow with intention. It is therapeutic. It is, so I can see if there's less stigma and they look at it more like it is a plant, it is a necessity, it is like a way of life almost, that the gardening process also would then improve your life.
Yes, absolutely. I 100% agree. And like, I actually just recently started getting into gardening. It's funny that you say that. So, I've always been like a cannabis grower, but I've never really grown or like taken care of any other plants. So I have like a whole little indoor garden I created that are just like easy to, deal with.
It's
Plants.
awesome.
Have a bunch of cacti too. So I'm like hoping that I don't kill any of them. So trying to weigh out my luck with that one.
But when I see MJ go down and open up her tent there to show, she gets so excited, and I
especially when
feel
it gets
bad.
close to harvest time. I'm like, look at the buds.
I feel so bad because I don't have that same passion. Although I really am enjoying when she shows me pictures online, like on social media, and they do like those extreme close-ups, and you can see like the trichomes and everything. It's a stunning plant. But she'll open it up and like she gets literally giddy and she has an endless smile and like her eyes glow. She's like, "Come look!" And I walk in and I'm just like I still just see weed.
Yeah, it's just weed.
And it's like, okay, I see it. And she's like, "But look at this one." And I'm like,
it's going blue.
It's like the colors and the way it's like the crystals are growing in the different trichomes. It's so beautiful. I totally feel you, MJ, man.
Yeah, I wish I could see it. Maybe as time goes on, I will. I mean, I've already come a long way in terms of my view of cannabis in the industry, but watching. And even on like when we do like some of these interviews, like it just when her and the guest on the show, just all of a sudden there's this thing of like, oh, and their eyes both light up as they start talking.
The last
talking about the plant.
We were talking about building bongs out of anything. Like you could build a bong out of anything.
Yeah, there's so many things like you can do with like fruits. I've seen like pineapple bongs. My wife and I a couple years ago, or maybe it was last year, we made a pumpkin bong. And that was awesome. For Halloween, that was a lot of fun.
That's cool.
Well, on a recent episode we did, it was a Teaching Timmy segment where she taught me how to roll a joint and weed math and these various things. But one of them was how to make a bong out of a water bottle. And so she had a water bottle, a pen, and a lighter. And it just reinforced to me the word that we keep using was ingenious. Yeah. The ingenious nature of cannabis consumer. Like they'll literally like, you know what? I gotta smoke this thing. Oh, there's a water bottle and a pen. We can do something here. It's like what? Like how you guys like literally are all MacGyvers. It's pretty amazing.
Well, the cheapest way of consuming cannabis when we were super young was a pop can. And I will tell you right now, don't do it. Find something else.
It's not good. There's so many other ways. Oh my God.
Go to the supermarket and buy a single apple. It's way cheaper and it's way better. You're not getting the toxins from the metal and the ink. Oh, just don't do it.
You can do it with strawberries. You can do it with anything, man. I mean, you give a stoner or like any cannabis user that really loves it a little bit of weed and a lighter, you're good to go.
Right.
They will find a way.
They will find a way. What in your education process, what do you love teaching the most? Or maybe not so much what you love, but maybe, and it might even be what you love and what you feel is most needed right now in terms of the Canadians that you come across. So maybe it's actually two very different answers. What do you love teaching and what do you feel is really necessary right now?
Wow, when it comes to what do I love teaching, that's a hard one because I love teaching like every aspect of cannabis. Like I'm just so into it that if you can provide me any form of education on it, I will like learn it and then find a way to put it into a course because there's so much need, like whether it be about menopause in cannabis, whether it be about healthcare practitioners and how they use it to learn about it. The endocannabinoid system is so fascinating. That's such an interesting concept, and I definitely love to share that. One of the things I feel like the Canadian market needs, when it comes to the average consumer, they need to learn about the endocannabinoid system. Most people don't even know what an endocannabinoid system is.
I'm just finding out about it recently, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not something that's known. In fact, most doctors go through all of medical school without even learning once about the endocannabinoid system. And it's so important. I mean, we create cannabinoids naturally. We have a perfect lock and key. We are meant to consume cannabis. It's just been so like there's been so much propaganda and prohibition around it that we've literally gotten to a point in society where we believe that cannabis could literally be the devil's lettuce or some horrible other, perception of it. But the reality is so far from that. I mean, cannabis has been used in its many forms, whether it be through hemp or the actual cannabis plant, for thousands of years, both spiritually and like for environmental reasons. I mean, hemp alone, 1 acre of hemp is equivalent to 4 acres of trees. I mean, with the amount it absorbs in carbon dioxide, with the amount it makes in paper, I mean, it's incredible what it can do for our environment. And, up until a little while ago, farmers were actually forced to make hemp, and then it became banned. So there's a lot around why cannabis, was illegal and had such a huge propaganda around it. But yeah, I feel like they definitely need to learn about the body and how it absorbs and accepts cannabis, the different methods of consumption, because, most people just see it's like, okay, I'm going to smoke a joint. But there's topicals, there are suppositories, there are edibles, there are, vaporizers, there are there's so many ways of using cannabis. You can infuse it into like almost anything at this point. Yep. So I feel like, I mean, there's cannabis sugar, cannabis, like agave syrup, like literally anything you can think of, you can infuse it with cannabis. So I feel like learning about how cannabis is used in its multiple forms, as well as how it's used in the body, is something that the market needs to know about.
Well, I think what I'm discovering is the endocannabinoid system it might be like you're saying, it might be the number one thing to kind of really get people to know, because I grew up in the Christian church, and I don't know what it's like. I don't know how the Muslim culture in general sees cannabis, but the church wing that I grew up through, I mean, if it ever got brought up, it was equal to cannabis or equal to cocaine and heroin, and I mean, you're pretty much on your way to hell. And if it's not talked about, which is probably the default, it's just, it was misinformation and disinformation all over the place, and it was basically said don't go near it. But I think if you truly and if you look at that stream of religion that I went through, when they continued to preach how God made us and put everything in the world for to help with that, and we've learned so much over the years about the macronutrients and that stuff I measure to get the right amount of protein and carbs, and you need so much iron and magnesium and all these things, and everybody in the Christian realm would be like, yep, like that's healthy for me because clearly I need protein, so that I got protein. And if people, but nobody ever said that there was actually a system in place for cannabis. And probably, I would imagine, due to just flat out ignorance. I don't think anybody blocked that information, at least in the world I was in.
I think that's your ignorance. It was blocked long before they would even have been able to learn it.
Right. So then it's not them. Like my pastor wasn't not talking about it because he was withholding it. He was probably not talking about it because nobody told him.
Right.
It was blocked.
It was demonized for everybody.
It was blocked for multiple generations. But the first person who came and told me, looked me straight in the eye and said, we all have the endocannabinoid system. That was the first time I heard it. And I was like, okay. And
they were insistent that he should be consuming cannabis in some form or another.
Yeah, that I needed
internally, like because of like we're saying the endocannabinoid system.
Yeah. And I flat out was like, nope. I can see why some people might, but not me. And the more I've been on my personal health journey,
but you had only tried smoking THC at that time, and it was a very high THC. And
I mean, not a great way to start.
It was just one strain a couple times or a different strain, but still it's a different, like you said, form of consumption.
But that's based on the pop culture system that I was in, where I only saw you know, the person smoking the joint, right?
Yeah.
And it was never for a purpose. It was other than escaping the world and having no passion or drive in life. So it was a way to escape all that. That's how it was perceived, right? So now though, as I've studied more about my personal health and I've been measuring my food and all of that, and I see the more and more people have talked about, and I've done my own looking into the endocannabinoid system and going, okay, now the question for me is, because people are like, are you going to consume again? And I'm like, I probably will, because I think I'm understanding that it might be a benefit to me to maximize and optimize my health. I'm going to live to 140. If I'm going to do that, I got to make sure everything's in play.
Babe, most likely you are deficient in cannabinoids because you don't take cannabinoids and you have the system within you.
Right. So now the question is how, and it goes down to measuring food, right? I got to find out what's the best form for me to take it in, how much to take, is there a strain? And that to me is what's going to be exciting going forward, is doing all of that work to say, okay, because we're going to try CBD in my smoothies is going to be kind of something that we'll start to do, because my joint smoking experience was not positive for multiple reasons.
And smoking's not healthy.
And
there's so many other ways of
I think
it,
naturally I would probably not ever consume it in that form again. But the more I'm learning and understanding that there's a very real possibility that it would help me reach my optimization as a human being physically, which then affects mentally, emotionally, all of that.
Right, absolutely.
I am now
right?
definitely looking for, okay, so what is the dose for me? Because that's that thing I think that also I bought into was one thing for all, right? Everybody smoked a joint. At that time, I had no idea that there were different strains, different levels of THC, different levels of it.
Yeah.
It's just weed equals weed. It was the
It's
basic
experimental.
formula.
Yeah.
At one point, we did just equal weed because you went to your buddy and you bought it. And he said, do you want the $60 bag or do you want the $50 bag? And it was like, well, let me see the difference. We didn't really know what was what, but once I think it was Mark Emery's Cannabis Culture down on in Toronto there that I went to, and it was the first time I actually seen an entire menu with those little cards that actually said, like, you know, this is 100% sativa. This one's, you know, this is the THC percentage. This is the strain name. This is the, and I was like, wait a minute. You can like specifically, like, I knew that there were strains, but the ability to fine tune and to find out what you liked and to keep a journal and to learn about all of this. That's why I'm super excited to follow Tim on your journey of the cannabis oil.
Yes,
CBD.
that's be really interesting to see your optimal like potential and like what you can get to both like in all the different states of like emotional, mental, like physical, like because it affects everything. Like cannabis helps in like the various cannabinoids, they help you reach like a homeostasis. So if you're trying to get to your optimal potential, I definitely think that you're on the right path.
Well, I keep talking about that I'm on my way to optimizing, and it would be foolish to me based on what I know, and I'm a skeptic by nature. So I talking to people like yourself and other people like I need to hear the science. I need to hear it from multiple people, like independent sources. You know, so, and I think I have a healthy skepticism because I have managed to break through, you know, what I used to preach against it, and now I'm at least advocating for it. So but that's based on, you know, it's based on personal experience. I came across somebody for the first time that I knew smoked and was functioning.
Was very open about
and I was like, oh, wait a minute, it's possible to have. So that was the first thing of going, I see somebody now who's actually functioning as a human being, and because I never thought that was possible with weed. And now the more
like
we've
you
gone
said,
on
the
this,
perception.
going along this journey and knowing that, you know, people from all walks of life, you know, are, you know, in all industries are smoking it and consuming it in some way, but they were forced not to tell it. So you just assumed nobody in your community did, when really that wasn't ever necessarily the case. So I'm learning a lot, and but it is the education that is doing that. It's not just someone saying, it's not just a rebellious thing of someone saying, hey, you know, try weed. Okay. I'm moving forward because of being educated, and I think that's what's going to help the other newbies who are watching this show and listening to it.
Yeah.
To sit there, you know,
Yeah,
have the skepticism, but listen to the actual science.
If I would have came to you and been like, "Here, smoke this. It's fun," you probably wouldn't have smoked it.
Yeah, never would have.
No.
Same
No,
idea with my parents. Yeah, you had to give them like a lot of information, scientific proof, like, you know, I mean, at the time, like the majority of the studies and like even still, the medical hub for cannabis in the world is in Israel. So I was just researching all I possibly could on it and having to bring them like information. Like they wanted like facts and like they didn't want to watch it, but they did need the information of it. So being able to just have it in conversation or like slip it in during dinner or like, you know, did you know? And like, and then, you know, little by little, they're like, oh, okay, like that's interesting, or oh, that's a valid fact. Okay, fair.
Was there hesitancy based on just who they were as human beings, or is that hesitancy also in the Muslim faith as it would be in the Christian faith?
Oh no, it was definitely in the Muslim, like in the Muslim faith, like we're not we're not supposed to be taking anything that alters your state of consciousness or your state of mind.
Right. That would be very connected to what I believe.
Yeah. And that's one of the main reasons why I don't practice anymore. I'm very much opposed to that belief. I believe that like we use a certain percentage of our brain as humans, and we have the ability to completely expand our consciousness and the amount of brain power that we use with using cannabis, various psychedelics, plant medicines, etc. And it's been proven scientifically. And just like with mushrooms alone, it's been proven how much that can change our form of thinking, our perception of the world, our emotional state. And the fact that like religions like really banned that was kind of, you know, that was a big like no for me. Like, okay, that doesn't really make sense. And you know, they can't answer the questions about it then. So it's like, okay, well, if you guys don't know why you believe in what you believe in, I'm not really sure I believe in this. So I'm gonna just find my own information and kind of go along that way. Like I definitely believe in spirituality and like the, you know, ability to manifest and change your life and, you know, use positive things. And there's definitely a lot of teachings in religions that are very useful, but there are aspects of it that make me a little hesitant to be able to follow through with that.
With your parents surpassing you in becoming bigger potheads, as you said earlier, are they still practicing Muslims? Like, is that something? Do they blend their faith and cannabis together, or are they also taken?
They try. I mean, they've definitely they've separated themselves a lot from it, from what it used to be, because they were like very devout at one point, and now that's drastically changed. Like they would still consider themselves Muslim, but they maybe just like not practicing like often or very active in the community or culture. There's still like lots of things that they won't do. Like they don't eat pork. There's just like their own belief, and like they believe that, you know, out of all the animals, there's just that may be the most unhygienic one for them. So they're just not about it in that sense, but they're open to information and like understanding, like they can back up why they're doing what they're doing by not just saying, well, it's against my faith. Okay, but like why? Why is it against your faith? Like, is there a reason? Is there a logical reason as to why this is banned? So, you know, we're human beings. We're here to experience things. So if there's bans as to why we cannot experience something, for me personally, I believe there needs to be some form of logical reason, or like, and like something that makes sense behind it. Like not just because like, well, one person told me I'm not allowed to eat shrimp, so I'm never allowed to eat shrimp, and no one else is allowed to eat shrimp, and that's just the rule, and that's it. Okay, but why? Like that makes no sense. You know, if you can come up with a reason behind it, like my parents, like, you know, they told me like, this is the reason why I believe this. So I don't eat pork because of this, this, and this. Valid. Okay, cool. Like that's that makes sense. That's a reason that's logical for me. And, you know, they didn't feel that way with cannabis, and that's why they consume it. And so they just kind of go with what flows for them.
Well, I think that's another issue that I think everybody's struggling with in our culture, is that People are afraid to ask why.
Yes.
Sometimes it's due to, sometimes in religious circles in particular, there's a lot of pressure to don't ask questions. You know, God, the power, whatever said this, so it is.
Yeah.
Don't ask why, it is. But then there's also a societal pressure to never want to look like you don't know the answer, you know, and so people are
Very
afraid to
true.
ask why, right? And so
then
both
they
of
may not
those,
know.
both of those are issues. But the why is what's taking this newbie from a place of preaching completely against it, wanting to have nothing to do with it, to wanting to now understand it and possibly include it and advocate for it. But it's because people are answering the why question. So that's
Right.
it's a huge part of this process. And so it's great, you know, with you doing it's focusing on education like that. It's so needed.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
I have a question
Yeah,
from an
absolutely.
educator to an educator, because I've heard through the grapevine that we all know CBD has its benefits,
Right.
but there is an argument that CBD alone is not as good as CBD and THC, the whole thing
Yes.
together.
Hmm.
You agree?
I do.
Okay.
There's been a lot of information, and I'm still doing a lot of research. Like, I'll be the first one to tell you that I don't know every single thing about cannabis,
Yep.
and I'm consistently learning every day. So there's constantly new information coming out. However, some of the information that has come out talks about how CBD alone does not activate the endocannabinoid system, and in fact goes through the liver. Whereas when you use like CBD with at least 1 milligram of like THC, or at least, you know, a little bit of it, you're then able to activate the endocannabinoid system, and the CBD is able to better attach to the receptors, and therefore you actually get more out of the CBD versus if you were to just use CBD alone, whereas the majority of it at that point, they say, would be wasted.
That's what I thought.
So putting CBD oil alone in my smoothie.
See, and this is why I brought it up.
Yeah.
because I would like
What is
to-
so there's no health benefits at that point, or
Well,
there?
So it
goes through
depends.
the
The
liver,
CBD is the CBD a full spectrum? Like, does it have at least
I haven't even
1%
looked
of
into
other-
that yet.
We haven't picked any up yet, but what I was going to suggest to Timmy to use would be a 1-to-1 equivalent.
I agree. I definitely think a 1-to-1 would be good. Even a 2-to-1 CBD to THC could be very useful as well if you're looking for more of the benefits of CBD with less THC. A lot of
Yeah.
people are scared of THC, but when you're using it in such a tiny, tiny dosage just to activate the endocannabinoid system, you don't get a huge high from it. There's no real issue that comes with it. It's mainly you just get to use the majority of the benefits of the CBD that you're trying to activate. So I know that there could be a little bit of a fear that, like, oh my God, am I going to be high throughout my day because I'm using it in my smoothie? No,
Right.
you're not. If you're consuming it at such a low dosage, the CBD also helps to counteract the effects of THC. So when you're using CBD in a very high dosage and THC in a very, very, very low dosage, CBD actually tends to take over and doesn't allow the THC to do that much in terms of like intoxicating.
Yeah,
So-
that's actually a good thing to know, because if you're ever feeling a little too high and you have some CBD kicking around, you can take a little
Balance
bit of
it out.
that and bring yourself down.
Also, if you chew on peppercorn, if you're ever really
Yes.
high, you can
Yeah,
chew
that was
on-
that was one of the first things she ever told me about.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was when-
the caryophyllene.
Yeah, beta
Caryophyllene. Yes.
Yeah, I can never say these.
I
for
mean,
people. Oh my
same.
God.
I say both just to make sure.
So
Just in case.
obviously,
Good plan. I'm gonna do that.
obviously everybody responds differently. I've been learning that too, like different strain, different percentages, different balance points, all those things. But when you say, okay, so let's just throw this out there. We're not going to claim that we're like perfect experts in this, but when you throw out, say you need, you know, like a milligram of THC to kind of begin to activate, is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
What point, where does THC, from somebody who still has some hesitancy towards THC, at what point does the THC level start to cross that line of no longer just being an activator, but being
That's the fun part, right?
It's interesting because
you gotta
that
find that
definitely
out.
changes. But for the majority of people, I would say approximately 2.5 milligrams and up is where you would start with that. You have to remember when you're even talking about CBD alone or CBD from hemp, it still has 0.2 or 0.3% depending based on Europe and Canada. We have different.
Yeah.
So it's never
percentages.
It has to be
100%
under
It's
pure.
0.3,
never
yeah.
100. There's always
Right.
at least like 0.2 or so there's a very, very minuscule amount. So they don't even technically consider it. It's it's at that point considered just hemp.
Right.
It's like 0.2 or 0.3. But if you're just trying to activate, that's why I'm saying like 1 milligram, because like you're not hitting a point where it's going to affect like and give you a high. It's just enough pretty much to just activate your system.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, see, I always suggest, I'm like, well, you can take 2 drops today, see how you feel. Take
Exactly.
4 drops tomorrow,
Start
see how you
low
feel.
and go slow. That's what I would recommend with anything.
Excuse me, you might get to 10 drops and go, okay, it's a little bit too much. I feel a little, and then you go back to 8 drops and
Exactly.
it's good. Like it is personal. So,
Well, the good news in that formula, in that testing way, is I eat the same breakfast every morning. I don't ever get bored of it, but I also have I've done a lot of work into knowing what I'm eating in the morning. It gives me a good base for the day. So this sort of system works because if I stick on the same plan that I do, I have my same morning routine in terms of my exercise programs, sleep habits, and diet. It's a great way because sometimes it's so hard to go, wait, which factor affected it, right?
Right.
But if I already have this very regular routine, that's a great way to know, because it's not going to be like, oh, well, I used too many blueberries as well, so maybe that threw it off. I already have a pretty structured thing, so I think
amazing. That's the most convenient way to experiment with it.
Okay, so maybe we should document that. Maybe that should be like a little bit of a journey adding to my thing here.
Well, I think
that's a great idea. I would totally follow that.
You just started your health. He just started on the first health journey where he's doing
a re-health journey.
Yeah, you're reeing up on it.
I'm up and up.
Yeah. So what is it? 10,000 steps a day. Doing your yoga, eating your breakfast, like doing all these things. I'd like you to get at least 3 months, 4 months of doing just that and get your body into a rhythm, because if you take this CBD oil now, you might attribute your reaction to working this past 20 days or whatever.
That's very accurate, yes.
Right? As to, hey, the CBD worked great, but you just worked for 20 days.
Right.
But it also helps you to get through that. I mean, just with the regeneration and stuff, when you're done working out, I mean, CBD has been proven to be so helpful on the path of like restructuring your muscles and helping you kind of get back into feeling comfortable after working out. And if you're going to be increasing your steps and increasing your amount of movement, I definitely feel like this is the most perfect time for you to start this journey.
Yeah, you could do it either.
Well, I'm on a 6-week plan where I have certain non-negotiables that I got to hit in terms of markers, and I'm trying to reset some some gains that I had made when I got lazy last year for about 7 months. So I'm trying to get back to that, so some of the gains that I did lose. So I had gains and I lost them.
I thought you meant like gains.
No. So I'm trying to. So I'm taking 6 weeks where I've cut out, no refined sugars, no breads, no pastas. I'm on a calorie deficit, but I'm getting certain exercise levels up. All of that stuff is going on.
Right.
So I think the balance to what you guys have been saying here for me would be, okay, let me finish my 6 weeks, which I believe I can kind of. I've already seen me starting to get back to a lot of heart rate metrics and weight metrics that I wanted to be at.
Through that.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow's 3 weeks of the 6. So I'll stick to this plan for 3 more weeks, and then I will invite people in, and you will be one of the first to know. I'll invite people into my adding CBD at different doses and try to see how that helps going forward.
Well,
so
that gives us 3 weeks to research which
3 weeks to
CBD
figure out what we want to do.
To choose, because I mean, there's so many differences out there.
There's a lot of information, and at some point you can message me and we can talk about different things that may work for you, because that's definitely one of the other things that I help people with, is like their dosing and the different products that are out there, and like kind of helping them pick what they need based on what their goals are. So
That's awesome. So let's take a few minutes, because we really appreciate you being on here. I mean, we enjoyed being on your podcast show as well, and we're after that we were like, oh, we definitely have to have Tiara back onto ours. You were so enjoyable to talk to, and hopefully we can meet in person and hang out at some point as well.
Absolutely.
But take a moment here to just take a few moments to focus on what it is that you do, as you started to slowly touch on that. What is your hope and your purpose for Cannabis Education Canada? What are you trying to accomplish, and what do you hope that our listeners and viewers, what would they be looking for when they're coming to look at you?
So we're all certified cannabis educators who are basically, our aim is to provide cannabis education internationally, so a consistent form of education where it's consistently growing as well, with information from around the world and in multiple languages, because that's one of the barriers that we find with other cannabis courses. They're only in English, and they're not available to people around the world who are looking for the same bits of information. So our goal is to be able to help people from the average consumer to healthcare practitioners. We have courses of all types that are going to be launching, and in multiple languages, like I said. So yes, if you're interested in really just getting a basic information on your system, on how it helps you, for people who are suffering from menopause and want to learn how that can help mitigate different symptoms and issues, then this is definitely the site for you, and we're hoping that we could help serve you very soon.
It sounds like, for me, my heart really is for newbies who are where I was. So this sounds like something that's like, 'cause I keep trying to really kind of drive this home, is like, if you're the newbie, and maybe you're not even where I'm at, but but you have kids that consume, or parents that consume, and I mean, this is the type of place, is like, to be educated. Like, I'm assuming, like, it sounds like you have some very kind of bottom level basic thing of saying, here's what you need to know. Yes. To really understand the plant and what's happening.
Yeah, basic idea of terpenes, endocannabinoid system, how cannabis is not a drug. It's a plant, and it's extremely beneficial, and there are so many ways as to why it's beneficial, and we would love to teach you how.
That's so awesome. Where can they find you? We're going to have the links below for everybody who's watching and listening in podcast form and on YouTube. But take a moment now, Tiara, to kind of just point out how people can best get a hold of you.
Awesome. So you can contact me on my website, www.cannabiseducationcanada.com. There's an email available that's attached there in the Contact Us section, or you could also find us on Instagram at CannabisEducationCA. My personal one is at Tiara Sealet. If you have any questions or concerns, you can just contact me, DM me, and I'd be happy to help.
That's so awesome. Any final words, babe?
No, I got nothing.
I got nothing. It was an absolute pleasure. We went. I think we actually transitioned very nicely from cats and
to
sharing
cannabis.
our love for cats right to there, because that cannabinoid system created that perfect bridge, and realizing that hey, it's clearly within the realm of nature.
It's more than just weed.
It's more than just weed.
More than just weed. I love it.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
guys.
much, Tiara, for joining us. Yeah, it was absolute pleasure. So follow Tiara Sealet.
I just want to say maybe I do have something. I love the name. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it earlier at the beginning. Tiara Sealet is like almost like this fancy stiletto, like a stiletto shoe, and a tiara with like a little crown.
Yeah, you sound very, very fancy.
My new logo, a crown on top of a stiletto.
Yes.
Well,
I might draw that up.
I do hope that everybody will connect with you. Like I said, we've had an absolute pleasure chatting with you before, and it was no different this time. So thanks so much for joining us today.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Good job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, 7 people so far.
Why do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today, because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. Or you go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Right.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out
So-
today.
You
And this
showed
is
that
made-
to us, but
This is
how
made
does it
by
work?
Dave.
Electric.
Yeah, Dave and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereira.
Pereira, correct.
Yeah.
Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's also the maker of the Happle.
Correct. And I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
it's not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
So you know,
yeah, correct.
when you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric. Electric.
So there you go. This is his dewdrop.
Hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to. You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
in the water.
Yeah, I've put
hash goes in the water.
Yeah, no, it's
no.
There's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay, I see.
All right, and then
here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh,
wrong one.
Oh, it's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead, Al.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all. And we've seen Dave at many events. Yeah. And so
he's very well known in the community.
Correct.
And an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt. And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
So, well, yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to turn.
Yeah. So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No. Okay, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. You just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh, yes.
Nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Fork holes. The handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know. Well,
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
But if anybody's interested in one of these,
You can buy direct from Dave.
correct. Yeah, check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out
Or,
another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can make you
nice,
hack.
Nice, and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean, just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. Should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
wow. Different. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than I don't even have water in it at the moment.
No, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got one scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger on the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8. 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
So he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah,
there.
he basically made it like it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Like I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices. Holy fucking shit! You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Okay, yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep,
Oh.
carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his
nice.
Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It works. Looks like it's multifunctional.
The dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah, but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, how much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just repeat to see if I could say.
She
sells
how much hash could a Apple hash if a Apple hash could Apple hash?
If a hash could Apple, or if a Apple could hash?
Sound drunk. Yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's October the 3rd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News. We're live here at paceradio.net. Glenn is off today, and Cindy is on our way home from Mexico. She's actually back in Canada right now, and then she flies the rest of the way home, I think, in a couple of days. So she'll be back next week, as well as Glenn. Now, as far as news for today goes, I have a few stories from the U.S., Ukraine, as well as from Germany. So we're going to sort of travel around a little bit around the world and get some cannabis news, legalization news, medical news, so on and so forth. So I'll get started with my first story of the day. And this one comes to me from the Green Market Report. Headline on this one says, the top House Democrats call on DEA for swift action on cannabis rescheduling. Yeah, let's get on this. Reschedule out of the CSA and just legalize it. They say despite growing support in the federal level, the process likely won't be completed until at least 2025. In a letter this week to the U.S. Attorney General and the head of the Drug Enforcement Agency, two of the top-ranking Democrats in the U.S. House of Representatives urged the Department of Justice to move at top speed in its current effort to reclassify cannabis as a less dangerous drug. U.S. Rep. Frank Pallone Jr. and Gerald Nadler, who respectively chair the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Judiciary Committee, wrote to the agency to encourage its swift action on moving cannabis to Schedule 3 from Schedule 1, which at this point is not likely to be finalized until next year, given that the DEA has a hearing on the matter scheduled for December the 2nd. Just keeps going on and on and on. Now, according to Attorney General Merrick Garland and DEA Administrator Ann Milligan, they say that we applaud the Biden-Harris administration's efforts in initiating this review, conducting a thorough scientific and medical analysis, and engaging in the rule-making process, we urge you to swiftly complete the process and transfer cannabis to Schedule 3. Pallone and Nader also urged the DEA to assess further Schedule 3 and let's say Schedule 4 and Schedule 5, or rescheduling may be appropriate. I'm going to suggest descheduling, suggesting that they would support full cannabis legalization rather than just rescheduling. Come on, full legalization. Despite the growing support on the national level, changes to the classification of cannabis have been slow. The rescheduling kicked off 2 years ago in October of 2022 when President Biden called on a federal review. Since then, former President Donald Trump has come aboard the cannabis reform train and last month endorsed rescheduling, putting the rest industry fears that he may reverse the policy. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris upped the ante this week when she came out in favor of full federal marijuana legalization, which would likely require cannabis to be removed from the list of controlled substances altogether, as Pallone and Nadler suggested in the letter. So that's good to know. Coming out for full legalization, remove it from Schedule 1. Don't even put it in 3. Just go make it so it's legal and stop all this craziness, because it should end. You know, these banking acts, there's been several that have passed, but they don't make it all the way to a president's desk, and then they get thrown out and they got to start all over again. I think there's been one banking bill that's passed in the House like 7 or 8 times over the years, and here we are today, and then still fighting over it. So, alrighty, on to the next story of the day, and this one comes to us from StratCan, and this talks a bit about report calls for more comprehensive public health focus to U.S. cannabis laws. So more discussion about legalization. The report from the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine in the United States has compiled by members of the NASEM's Committee on the Public Health Consequences of Changes in Cannabis Policy Landscape. They say looking at countries like Canada and Uruguay that took a stricter public health focus to legalization, researchers say the U.S. federal government needs to bring more cohesion to the dozens of various state and legal models allowing some form of medical and or non-medical adult use to cannabis. The U.S. approach to legalization has generally been more focused on revenue generation for various levels of government through taxation and regulatory fees, as well as private businesses. At the same time, both Canada and Uruguay put policies in place that emphasizes public health concerns over private profits or even personal liability liberties. The report also calls on the U.S. federal government to close hemp regulatory loopholes in the 2018 Farm Bill that led to proliferation of under-regulated self-synthetic cannabinoids like Delta 8. Story goes on to say the committee was tasked with recommending a harm reduction approach to cannabis policy and setting a policy research agenda for the next 5 years. Now, according to Steve Tushin, he's the chair of the committee that wrote the report. And he says this is an urgent need for a coordinated public health approach to cannabis policy in the U.S. Says our report shows that cannabis policy often focuses on regulating sales and revenue first and protecting public health second. Now is the time for the federal government to create guidance for states that have legalized cannabis in the interest of protecting public health. Now, as they said, that's the way Canada did. Canada's gone. Let's just hope they don't do some crazy, outlandish promos that we saw, like provincially. In one province, Quebec, they had advertising out that talked about necks stretching like giraffes. And they said, well, this won't really happen, but it could. It was just really misleading and wrong. So let's hope that they use a common sense public health way of doing this. They said many of the recommendations mirror the approaches to legalizing and regulating cannabis taken by Canada and Uruguay, models that report explores in depth as well They say from the report, it says that existing state cannabis policies were developed with a public health strategy. State to state variations in regulations limit public health efforts to prevent harmful use. In contrast, some countries such as Canada and Uruguay have adopted more measured approaches with stricter government control over cannabis products and how they are sold or consumed. Such stricter regulatory frameworks may better protect public health. Now, in contrast, they say that the state legal approach in the U.S. has meant little oversight for things like age gating or enforcing advertising restrictions. Age gating, as far as I'm concerned, that's just garbage, because a lot of them you just click, are you over 18? You just click yes or no. 5-year-old can do that. The report also expresses significant concerns about how the current ambitious definition of hemp in the 2018 Farm Bill has led to largely unregulated market for intoxicating cannabinoids. They also have several recommendations. They say that Congress should refine the definition of hemp. They say in conjunction with other agencies, the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention should conduct research on and develop best practices for public health for states that have legalized cannabis. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, in conjunction with federal, state, and tribal and territory partners, should create an adoptable public health surveillance system for cannabis. They say the U.S. Pharmacopoeia has established product quality and analytical standards for cannabis inflorescence, which is flower, and developing standards for cannabis extracts incorporated into pills and edibles. State cannabis regulators should require training and certification for all staff at cannabis retail outlets. That's required here. The Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, in coordination with the relevant agencies, should develop and evaluate targeted public health campaigns directed mainly towards parents and vulnerable populations. Our Congress should remove restrictions on the Office of National Drug and Policy from studying the impacts of cannabis legalization. Why would they want? Yeah, why are there restrictions on studying it? Jurisdictions responsible for the enforcement of cannabis laws should endeavor to regularly gather and report detailed data concerning the use of criminal enforcement tools. State cannabis regulators should systematically elevate and, if necessary, revive their cannabis social equity policies to ensure they meet the stated goals. Where states have legalized or decriminalized the adult use of and sales of cannabis, criminal justice reform should be implemented and records automatically expunged or sealed for low-level cannabis-related offenses. That should be something that's automatic. And, here in Canada, be critical of our system, is that they made people do it independently, separately. And people had to, the government dropped their fee, but there were still fees that people had to pay into in order to apply for their pardons. So you still had to do individual pardons instead of making it, simple possession as a minimum, and just expunge them with the pen. If they can do it in other places, there's no reason why they can't do it here in Canada. I know that there were some MPs that did look into starting to do that, but I'm not sure where where it sits right now. I'm not sure where it's sitting at. So we'll see what happens in time. All righty. On to the next story. And this one is going to come to us from the U.S. And it's coming to us from Entrepreneur. And the headline on it says, DEA wants more psychedelics for cannabis research purposes. Well, let's hope this is research that is pro-research and they just don't go for the negative, looking for that all the time. It says, the DEA last week proposed increasing its 2024 production quotas for research-grade psychedelic compounds, including psilocybin, psilocin, and ibogaine, according to Lucid News report. The revised production agenda, posted in a notice to the Federal Reserve, calls for increasing production of from 20,000 to 30,000 grams of psilocybin, and from 24,000 to 36,000 grams of psilocin, a 50% overall increase. The numbers are also represent DEA's new production quotas for those substances for 2025. The agency also calls for increased ibogaine production in 2025 from 150 to 210 grams. Not a lot compared to the others, but did not call for increasing the production of MDMA or DMT. The agency said the increased production rates are necessary to drive and support new research into the effects and potential applications of psychedelic substances, many of which are Schedule I substances under federal law. Well, it's hopefully it's all positive. Now, an excerpt from the report says, from the DEA's notice, says that those proposed increases are to support research and clinical trials for DEA registered Schedule I researchers. Those proposed increases demonstrate DEA's support for research with Schedule I controlled substances. The proposed increases reflect research and development needs as part of the process for seeking the FDA approval of new drug products. Now, the previous DEA announced massive boosts to its psychedelic production rates was in 2021 in preparation for a significant research push. The agency also has proposed decreasing next year production rates of fentanyl, hydrocodone, hydromorphine, and Oxycontin. And they say additionally, the FDA recently awarded breakthrough therapy designations to both psilocybin and MDA, although the agency later highlighted concerns about the initial investigations into the MDA as a potential treatment for PTSD. So there you go. Good. So it's good that at least they are, asking for this stuff so that they can do the research. And it sounds to me like, there could be some positive research out of that. And let's hope that that's what they are on. That is their goal, is to find some positive research. All right. I'm halfway through. I've got 6 stories today. I've done 3 already. So I'm going to take a quick break, do a little bit of medicating, and I'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, I'm back from a medication session in your life with psychedelics and cannabis educational news. I got 3 more stories to cover, and here we go. This one comes to us from the International Cannabis Business Council, and it says that Ukraine approves list of qualifying medical cannabis conditions. They say earlier this year, in August of 2024, Ukraine's medical cannabis program officially launched Ukraine's Parliament's first approved medical cannabis reform in December 2023, with President Vladimir Zelensky signing the measure on February the 15th. Now, cannabis resin, extracts, and tinctures are excluded from the list of dangerous substances in Ukraine under the new policy. The production of medical cannabis, development of medical cannabis therapies, and distribution of medical cannabis products are to be tightly regulated in the European nation. Now, according to the ministry, it says here, in order to implement the law, the Ministry of Health team, together with the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, the State of Medical Service, the Ministry of International Affairs, the National Police, and other executive authorities have developed bylaws that regulate all processes in detail and will allow the patients to receive medicine from medical cannabis, according to it said as the Ministry of Health. It was in a news release about this. And it goes on to say, in order to ensure the cultivation of medical cannabis in Ukraine, licensing conditions have been developed, which will soon be considered by the Cabinet of Ministers. Also, the entire chain of circulation of medical cannabis, from import or cultivation is dispensing to a patient in a pharmacy, will be subject to license control. Now, as originally reported by the Marijuana Moment, Ukraine officials recently approved the list of qualifying conditions for suffering patients to qualify under. It says, on Friday, Ukraine's Ministry of Health revealed a list of about 20 qualifying conditions for which medical cannabis can be prescribed to patients, while noting that additional conditions could be added down the line if it's deemed medically appropriate. Those conditions include multiple sclerosis, neuropathy, shingles, cerebral palsy, spinal cord injuries, complications from chemotherapy, Parkinson's disease, childhood epilepsy, and weight loss associated with eating disorders. The ministry also noted that a medical advisory committee could approve additional conditions in the future. Yeah, I don't know if they can. I don't think they would consider Crohn's anything is listed in there, because it's not an eating disorder. Ukraine medical cannabis cultivation facilities are required to be operated in closed soil conditions with round-the-clock video surveillance. Additionally, national police must have free access to all facilities under the new regulations. For cultivation, there is a procedure for purchasing plant seeds. They must have a quality certificate and be registered in the state register of plant varieties suitable for distribution in Ukraine, according to the Ministry of Health. Now, medicines for medical cannabis will be made in a pharmacy setting and prescribed by prescription to patients for whom conventional medicines do not have a therapeutic effect or cause adverse reactions that are poorly tolerated. It was nice to see that last end in there, because I don't like the fact that they say that cannabis has to be the last resort, and that was something that they did here in Canada as well. Now it goes on to say it will be possible to buy some medicines in Ukraine only with an electronic prescription, which will indicate the dosage form and dosage, the names of the active substances included in the composition. It is expected that medical products for medical cannabis will be available to patients in the form of oral drops, hard capsules, and dental pastes. Dental pastes. Wow. No flower, herb, or anything like that was mentioned there. The law allows people entering or leaving Ukraine of transiting through its territory to carry medicinal products based on medical cannabis for their use in an amount that does not exceed the amount prescribed by a doctor's prescription. So you can leave Ukraine with your cannabis. We can't leave Canada with our cannabis. I don't know where they're going to go with it, but so there you go. No herb or anything, but hopefully that can be changed down the road for the patients that are obviously going to be needing cannabis. So, all righty, on to the next story. This one's coming to me from Entrepreneur, and I like to see this happen here in Canada as well, because the headline there says that the California governor signs bill to let cannabis cafes serve food and host live music. I like to have cannabis cafes, and there's no reason. I don't see any reason why you couldn't have food or live music in a lounge. It wouldn't make sense not to, in my mind. But now it goes on to say that California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill on Tuesday to let cannabis cafes in California serve food and drink and host live performances. The San Francisco Chronicle reports this comes one day after he vetoed a bill that would have allowed small cannabis growers to sell products directly to consumers. That sounds like Farmgate. Come on, Governor, why not allow Farmgate? Authored by Assembly member Matt Haney, the latest proposal addresses concerns the governor expressed last year when he vetoed the state's previous proposal to legalize cannabis lounges. At that time, Newsom said that allowing such businesses could undermine California's long-standing smoke-free workplace protections. Sounds like Ontario. So this year's proposal carries requirements for participating companies to evaluate their working conditions and post appropriate warnings, and for local authorities to consider setting new ventilation and or filtration requirements. I know the lounges in Toronto over the years, back like 12 years ago, many of them did. They did have ventilations. I've seen some places that had 2 or 3. I've seen one place that actually had up to 6. And I did see some places that didn't have any ventilation. That article will be in, I believe it's issue 34 of Treating Yourself magazine, page 106. They say lots of people want to enjoy legal cannabis in the company of others. That is now finally legal in California, and there's no doubt that cannabis cafes will bring massive economic, cultural, and creative opportunities and benefits to our state. According to Haney, the rules will take effect starting January the 1st, 2025, giving jurisdictions the time to establish their own local rules for handling and or allowing the state legal cannabis cafes. So it sounds to me as if they can opt out of them. The bill, which was backed by the United Commercial and Food Workers Union, passed the Assembly 63-5 and passed the Senate 30-7. Previously, state law permitted on-site cannabis consumption, but the businesses were not allowed to sell other types of consumables such as infused food and beverages. So now that they can sell food, does that mean they can sell infused food and beverages? Sounds like it to me. Anyways. All righty. Got that story done. On to the next one of the day. And this one, we're heading over to Germany, because over in Germany, according to the International Cannabis Business Council, they say that Germany's agricultural ministry approves historic hemp measure. So into some hemp news here. Germany recently approached a draft law previously presented by the Federal Ministry of Food and Agricultural, Sam Ozdemir. The approved measure liberalizes industrial hemp in Germany and is intended to make it easier to cultivate industrial hemp and permit its use. As part of the measure, the abuse clause will be deleted and the indoor cultivation of industrial hemp will be expressly legal. Now, according to the minister, he says that especially in times of climate crisis, we are removing obstacles from the path of farmers who want to try something new in their fields or in their halls. Industrial hemp offers our agricultural many opportunities. It contains hardly any THC, which causes highs, is undemanding, requires hardly any pesticides, fertilizers, or water. It improves soil and provides habitat for insects. The harvest can also be processed in a wide variety of ways, from food to textiles, he continues with. The abuse clause criminalized actually innocent industrial hemp growers despite their best intentions. Now it is finally time to let the grass grow over it, and a lot of it, if possible, so that the innovative scene of industrial hemp growers and processors can continue to develop in Germany too. Now, the German Cannabis Industry Association welcomed the central elements of the reform in its recent newsletter. They said, until now, even the theoretical possibility of a slight intoxication through the private consumption of large quantities of products has led to the entire value chain being punishable. This special government regulation is now being abolished. Now, a BVCW statement stated after the recent approved measure. It goes on to say that we are finally freed from these unnecessary hurdles. This is a major political step forward for industrial hemp and will contribute significantly to the growth of the industry. We are pleased about this important step and will actively support the further parliamentary process, according to them. The BVCW pointed out in its coverage of the approved hemp measure that the need for further hemp policy and regulatory changes in Germany, including raising the THC limit from 0.3 to 1.0 and providing funding and standardizing methods of cannabinoid values. On the 0.3 to the 0.1 increase, I saw something earlier today on that proposal is also maybe before the U.S. end of things as a private member's bill or something. Now, to finish this off, it says that after the legalization of cannabis as a recreational drug, there is no longer any reason for any restrictions on the cultivation of industrial hemp. The Industrial Hemp Liberalization Act removes hurdles of hemp cultivation in the parliamentary process. We will take a close look at whether the law is significant or whether it still needs to be improved. The potential of the plant as a supplier of all oil and fiber is enormous, and we should use it, according to Carl Barr. So there you go. Yeah, good to see that they're up in there and allowing farmers to grow hemp. So clothing, as I said, there's all kinds of uses. I think in Jack's book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, 50,000 different uses, from pesticide to paints to, as we already know, clothing and fuel and all that other stuff. So, and there was actually last night in the Pace Radio Show, Tamara and I were talking about CBD being used as an insecticide as well. So just never know. Cannabis seems to be able to do a lot. You know, can't do everything, but it can do a lot, and there's no doubt about it. So, all right, everybody, that is the news for today. Other than that, I will see you on Monday, and I gotta say thanks to our friends, legacy420.com. Ken Wilford Lifestyle Shop. I'll be in to see you soon there, Wayne. I got to pick up those papers, as well as Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. And in closing, I'd like to say thanks for watching and tuning in. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and let's not incarcerate. Bye-bye. See you on Monday. Bye-bye. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours, because
these
headaches were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life, and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good morning and welcome to the Three High Guys. Well, there's only two of us today. Al's off today.
I know, I was a little sad when it said the Three High Guys with Al and Al. I was like, oh, Al's not feeling well.
Yeah, Al's a little under the weather. So MJ and myself, we're going to go at her today and see how we do.
Thank goodness it's not MJ and herself. That'd be a pretty crazy show.
Yes, it would be.
Yeah. That's actually
Hi
why we
guys, I
weren't.
just won.
Yeah, that's actually why we weren't here last week, is because I was out on the road. So
Yeah, you were doing some touring.
yeah.
Some comedy.
Yeah, well, no comedy for me, but I was doing all
Right.
the driving and the setup and the teardown and all the stuff a good tour manager would do. So I'm happy to be home.
Good. Yeah. You know, living in a suitcase for a while sometimes can really suck.
You know, it's the strange beds and the awkward showers. It's what it is for me. Some of those tubs are like, I had a triangle tub. There was one tub that had like, I don't even know if you can call it a tub, but it was a tub. It's kind of like, yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. And was it one of those rooms with the tubs in the middle of the bedroom?
No, I like those.
Oh yeah.
I like those because most of the time it's like a whirlpool or like one of those hot tubs in the middle of the room with like the steps that go up.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm all for that.
For those who are just joining in, maybe have never watched the broadcast before, we're going to be talking about some motivational moments today. We got some news. We've got what else? We got a recipe.
I know we got a whole slew of events. I got 3 different pages of events this time.
Yes, exactly. So there's lots that we're going to discuss throughout the broadcast today. There's no doubt about that.
Yes, and as always, if you have any questions, you'd like to join in on the chat, please feel free to do so. We'll try and do our best to monitor comments here.
Correct. Yeah, I've got a product to do a review.
Oh, nice. Another product review. That's awesome.
Correct.
I actually have, because I knew that this morning Al wasn't going to be here, so I very quickly, always from my own experience, went and grabbed 5 things to do a top 5 later on. So, and we'll get into that. I don't want to touch too much on that now.
Yeah, in my recipes today, I got a studio request.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice. That's awesome. I'm anxious to see what it is now.
I was asked for something in particular.
Okay.
Jeepers. Bit of a cough. But, let's see what else. Yeah, you mentioned about, chiming in. If anybody's got any comments, feel free to do so. It's always welcome.
Yes.
Look at that. Yeah. But let's see what else. Anything you want to mention before we get into your motivational stuff? You want to tell us about the tour? How as far as
okay. We'll do that really quick. I just want to say I'm super excited. It's October 1st. This is Halloween month. I love dressing up. Anybody who sees me this month, don't ask me, is it Halloween already? Because it is. Okay. I'm one of those crazy Halloween freaks that, those crazy Christmas people that like December 1st or whatever, like their tree goes up. October 1st, I start dressing up. But anyway.
Right.
So happy Halloween month, first off. And the tour, oh my God. So a lot of people don't know about the Circuit Comedy Tour, which is held by Upstanding Comedy. Upstanding Comedy is a corporation that does all clean comedy. Now, keep in mind, it's still funny. It's still funny.
So there's no sex or
there's no dirty jokes. There should be no jokes whatsoever that is going to offend you. Like, this is what a lot of people don't understand. So there's clean corporate comedy, and then there's clean church comedy. And if you want to be able to perform clean comedy in a church, you can't tell a joke about a dirty diaper. You can in a corporate setting, but not in a church setting. Anything that makes people go, ugh, you can't do in a church. So it's like a different type of crowd, even though Timmy's not performing in churches, and neither was it's funny because the first comedian we had up, his name is Christian. But super funny guy. It was so nice to be back on the road, to see these people that we pretty much consider family. They've been our family for the last however many years, and we haven't seen them for 4.5.
Right.
So it was so good to be back on the road. It was so nice to wrap my arms around some of these people that I haven't hugged since 2020. So it was a lot of fun, and I'm really
Good.
looking forward to the next one in November because we do this every 2 months.
Oh,
with
it
a new
is?
comedian. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and like Toronto, or is it in the
Oh
smaller
God.
towns?
Okay, so the 7 cities that we currently have
Mhm.
is Belleville, Sarnia, London,
Wow.
Chatham, Brantford, Windsor, Guelph. Yeah.
West.
Yeah, all west. We're hoping that in season 11 we'll be able to add an east
Mhm.
rotation. But it's hard. Timmy's been doing this for it's season 10 now. We're calling
Yeah.
it season 10 4 years later because it was supposed to happen in 2020, 2021.
Right.
And it didn't. So we're hoping to be able to build it on the east side as well as the west side, but it's taken 10 years to get the west side to where it is now. So
Yeah, and being shut down for 4 years.
oh man.
You're basically it's as if you're starting again.
I know that's the hard part. So we're basically we're heavily relying on our past fans, family,
Mhm.
friends to like get the word out and say, like these guys are back. If you want clean, fun family entertainment and you're in any or close to any of those areas, you can
Mhm.
count on us being there every 2 months with a new comedic headliner. Somebody that's funny, somebody you can take your family to. It's just I love it. And I love being there. I feel like I'm actually helping people when I'm there. So
Yeah.
that's all I've ever wanted to do was help people, make them happy. I
Now,
mean, it's perfect.
do they pick on the people in the front row?
Mm-mm.
No, eh?
No, and even Timmy will tell people as they're coming in to sit in the front row, and they all do that. Oh, I don't want to get picked on, and he's like, it's not that kind of shit.
Yeah, I know. I went to a comedy thing at Joey's at Puff Mama's,
Oh yeah,
and this
I can see that.
was years ago, eh? And at that time, Campbellford was in the news,
Mhm.
and it came up on the
Okay.
discussion with the comedians, and
Yeah.
I just sort of did one of these, don't say where I'm from, right?
You're like,
Yep.
well, the reality about people that sit in the front row is they want to be. Most of the time, the people that choose to sit in the front row want to be in the show.
Because they want to interact with the comedian.
Therefore, Timmy will avoid the front row like a plague. He won't talk to anybody in the front row. The second row, however,
Look
the
out.
second row, however, you sat close enough that you wanted a good view, but you didn't want to be in the show. So now he's like, I'm gonna talk to you.
Yeah.
It's never a picking. It's never a picking.
No.
It's not meant to be like that. Everybody has a good time. I love when, people come up at the end of the night and their friend dragged them there because their friend's like, oh, you need to come to the show. And then they buy a season's pass. And they're like, I can't wait to tell my friends. Like, that's encouraging.
Correct.
Yeah. So even though we're starting from the bottom, we're here.
Yeah, well, you do have all that experience and stuff that you can still draw on, and it probably wouldn't take as long for it to
get traction. I hope
gain traction again, if especially if it connects to some of those people, if they're still around, still interested.
Well, it's really about trying to find venues that are affordable in the right locations that can hold enough people, because like we had over 280 seasons pass holders prior to COVID all over Ontario. So it's trying to like manage who's in what cities they want to go to.
Yeah.
Because if you have a season's pass, people just assume that I can go to as many shows as I want. And it's like, well, no, you can only have the shows in your city because we need to manage. Do you know what I mean? Like, we can't just have you going all over the place, because if you sell out one venue and I've sold tickets, it's just like, oh, it's a lot of stress. But I'm really glad to be back. And
good.
yeah, so it was a tough week. I will say all of the motivational moments that I had been talking about and the healthy habits over the last couple of weeks about drinking more fluid, eating when you need to eat, eating healthier, getting proper rest, all these things, I literally put all of it into action on
Did
the
you
road.
really?
I legitimately
see threw it all out.
no, I was prepping myself. I ate a lot of pita pit on the road, and I know
Yeah,
people might be
yeah.
like, "Oh, well, that's not really still fast food." I'm like, I
Well,
had salad bowls with sprouts and vegetables, and this is
correct,
somebody who normally eats
correct.
Wendy's burgers. So,
Yeah, no.
and Al, I didn't have one bathroom problem in a
Yeah,
week on the road,
yeah.
stressed out because I have IBS, and my IBS is triggered by anxiety. And when I show up to a venue and something isn't perfect and I go into anxiety, I still didn't get it. I was like, I got home and I was like, I did it. I drove the whole way. I wasn't sick. I didn't nap. I was like, I had enough water. I was like, thank
All
you.
right.
So me having to do these things for you guys is
Uh-huh.
actually benefiting me as well.
That's
So
right. You're teaching yourself where you teach others, right?
Yep.
Well, talking about the motivational moment, why don't we just take a
Mhm.
short break and then we'll get into that?
Yes, let's
All
do
right.
it.
We'll see everybody on the other side. I don't know, about 30 seconds. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. There we go.
All
Motivational
right.
moment time.
Okay. Do we have that cute photo, the pink one?
I
loaded?
probably do. Just give me a second,
Okay.
and I will bring that
I
up.
love my visuals. I always try and make
Do ya?
nice visuals for people so that way they have something to
There you
look
go.
at. So, our quote of the day is, "The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be." It was said by Ralph Waldo Emerson, better known as Waldo, and not the guy that we're constantly looking for in the books, okay? Not that
Where is
Waldo.
He's around here somewhere.
Could you imagine if that was actually the case? It was like find Waldo, but he was really this like brilliant man.
Yeah.
That's why everybody wanted to find him. So
I guess-
basically, so we'll dive a little bit into
Yes.
what this means. Okay, so there are certain things like okay, so it says here, the path to becoming the person you want to be is not always easy. It may require hard work, perseverance, and sacrifice. But basically, it's to teach you that it's important that your life is not predetermined by fate or external factors. Okay, so even though things like our upbringing, our social status, or genetics may influence our circumstances, they do not dictate our future. So, have you ever met somebody who is an alcoholic and says, well, my parents used to drink and they were alcoholics, and that's why I am the way I am?
Yeah.
I've met a couple of those people, but on the other hand, I've met somebody who has said to me, I'll never touch a drink because my parents were alcoholics.
Right. Yeah.
So I really feel like I learned that at a young age. I was like, okay, it's really about your perception and where you want to go. So like, obviously there are certain things that you're not going to be able to do. You know, if you're 3 foot, you're not going to go play for the NBA. You'll be great at hide and seek. Okay. So it's about self-awareness.
Yeah.
About realization of what you can and cannot do, but also pushing yourself.
Yeah.
And knowing that the box is not built for you to climb into. You build the box.
Yeah. I wanted to be, when I was younger, I wanted to be an electrician. Circumstances in my life dictated that I had to do something else instead.
Yeah.
And in the end, while I wasn't an electrician, I was working for a transformer company, working in electricity still.
Okay.
and wiring of transformers for several years before I started testing them and playing with 150,000 volts electricity. But
Wow.
even though I aimed for that spot, I didn't. I got a little veered off, but I still got something on the same field until the next life
Until the next
experience.
chapter. Yeah.
Yeah, which really is something that I never thought I would do, because I was always a person who I hated speech, doing speeches in class, getting up and speaking in front of people. But because of that negative life experience of getting sick with my Crohn's disease, it opened up new doors, and I became a different person because of it.
I almost feel like when, especially cannabis, I've noticed this with a lot of people, when cannabis comes into their life and affects change in a way that they were not expecting, they want to tell as many people about it because they're blown away at the fact that this thing did something that they didn't think it would. I mean, it saved my life. I'm very vocal about that. I was on heavy pharmaceuticals and almost friggin' died.
I was on 32 a day.
Do you know what I mean?
And plus a weekly injection.
I will say I'm sitting here alive thanks to cannabis, but it's not the answer for everybody. And I'm not saying it is, and I'm not saying you should quit pharma altogether. I'm just saying that's what helped me. And I was able to get off of those really, really bad drugs with the help of my doctor, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think it would, or I really feel it would be the same if it was something like baking soda, because I know this because baking soda took away the need for me to take Prevacid every single day. That was a antacid medication.
Right. Yeah. Baking soda can do that.
And I don't even take baking soda anymore because my body is okay now. I don't know what happened, but like a year of taking baking soda when I needed it, and I don't need it at all. So
it's baking soda. A lot of people don't think about that when it comes to Tums.
Yeah, well, that's actually the active ingredient is sodium bicarbonate, which is baking soda.
Correct.
You can save yourself a heck of a lot of money if you just buy the dang baking soda. Like, it's cheaper than Tums. It's cheaper than your antacid medication. But like I said, don't do anything without talking to the doctor first.
Yeah. Yeah. And back to your motivational moment.
Yes.
As you say, the only person the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. And we all have our diversions in life, and try to make the best of everything that we can do.
Yep. Don't be an asshole, because if you are, it's because you're choosing to be.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just
saying. You are the person you are choosing to be. So if you don't like who you are, maybe you need to look at the things you don't like and how to take, like I said before, don't look at it like, oh, I have all this to change. No, look at this and break it down and just deal with these little things at a time, because change is not meant to be night and day. It's not meant to be.
No, it can really, like when I got hit with the Crohn's, I'll tell you, it was fucking whoop.
Yeah, it's funny when you get ill, it goes that way, but not getting healthy.
Yeah.
When you're trying to get healthy, it takes a lot longer. It's like you can break your leg like that.
Oh,
but it's going to take time to heal.
And you need time to heal, and then when you heal, are you still going to be the same?
No. Probably not. You're going to have to work harder just to get back to where you were.
Yeah.
And then you could always have to step just a little carefully.
Yeah. I've got a pin implanted in my left ankle because I got ran over by a forklift.
Right.
And even though it healed, I could never jump down onto that foot.
No. And you think about that every time you go to do it too. Not doing that.
No. And actually, last winter it was bothering me.
No.
And this was when I was 18.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Like I'm looking at over 50 years.
That's
No,
terrible.
sorry. No, not 50. I'm not 68. 45 years, though.
You're
Yeah,
aging
45.
yourself. Oh no.
Yeah. It was actually my first factory job.
Factories.
Yeah. So,
I worked
alrighty. Did I hear you say you had a list?
a list? Oh, 5 things. Yeah, I got.
All right. I'll
things.
run that while you go looking.
It's right here. It's right here.
Okay. There we go. Al's away, but we're still calling it.
It's certainly high on the list.
Wow, MJ subbing for Al.
MJ subbing.
Okay, so I was talking about how I was on the road last week,
Yeah.
and I just want to talk about some must-haves for me when I went traveling. So, and I mean, I want to share them with you because I seem to find the coolest things, and maybe you guys have not seen this before. First thing I would suggest would be, let me take this stuff out of it, but would be a smell-proof package, like a bag, a little pouch to keep your cannabis. If this one here locks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this one is by Cookie Jar. So they have a couple things, grinders, stash jars. This is their smell proof thing. If you need something bigger, you can go with this. This is also
it's got a lock on it.
This does not have a lock, but it is smell proof and looks like a gym bag. So
it does look like a gym bag, other than the wording CBD on it.
Right. So we just spin it. We just spin it this way when it's in the car. So that'll get your cannabis sealed so you don't smell it as bad. Another way to help. I love this thing, the Medtainer. Ooh.
Oh yes,
Medtainer. Tain Gang. You also, anybody who's not seen this, it's a container and grinder.
Correct.
So you can grind your bud, store it in the top. It is airtight, waterproof. It will float. I've taken this thing fishing and accidentally knocked it off the side, and it just floats. It's very nice.
It does,
also
doesn't
smell
it?
proof. Smell proof.
Yes. I've got a few of those myself.
So that's the second thing, because we got the smell proof bag, we got the grinder. Third thing, also smell.
Personal air filter. Is that for something that you could use in your hotel room?
Yes, or anywhere that, because like I had to consume in the car because it was raining, but we weren't driving. I was just at the hotel, and
These were upstairs in the room.
Yeah. No, So
I
had Timmy come and let me in, and then walk back up to the room. So this is like a smoke buddy, but better. I will tell you, it's better. It's made by a company called 420.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you why it's better. It's got removable rubbers, so it's soft rubber on your lips. And smoke buddies, when they get full, you just throw them away. This one comes with a replaceable filter.
Okay, so not everybody will know what a smoke buddy is. And so basically you should maybe explain what this.
Okay. So it's a personal air filter. So what you do is you blow smoke in through here.
Okay.
And nothing comes out the other side.
So
nothing comes out the other side.
The only problem, I understand the whole idea behind that thing. But if you're smoking a joint and you're blowing it through that, or if you're smoking a bong and blowing it through that, there's still smell that comes off of that joint and off of that bong.
Off the joint, yes. The bong, you can actually, if you put a really small bowl and pack it like small and rip everything through and don't let any smoke come out of the bong and it all goes in your lungs, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
If you're looking to consume inside a hotel, I would say don't do that.
No.
Although I did think about something while I was there. I don't know if this would work because I've never done it, but I thought about, as soon as you get to the hotel room, I'm curious if anybody's done this or if you're going to do this, but as soon as you get to the hotel room, you pick up the phone and you call the front desk and say, look, I just want to let you know, but my room has a very faint smell of marijuana. Make sure you use the word marijuana. And then tell them, no, it's fine. I don't need to relocate. I'm really tired. I just want to lay down. I just thought I would let you know. I'm curious.
And then that
Because
way,
when you leave,
yeah,
it's going to smell like weed.
smell like it. And I know of people who have paid that. Well, this was years ago, but paid that at that time it was $250.
Yeah. No way. I'm going outside. I tell the front desk every time I go to a hotel, I said, you'll see me outside more than you'll see me inside.
Yeah, but I'll be bringing that smell back in with me, so it might
it's on me. I can't help it.
It's sort of like Linus. It's not flies. It's just the odor.
Well, I made the mistake of rolling in one hotel room just before we left, and when I went, I was taking stuff in and out, and when I went back in the hotel room, I was like, oh my god, it smells like I smoked a joint in here. So I went back out to the car and I grabbed my body spray that I had in the car, and I started spraying the hotel bed. I sprayed the couch, sprayed the computer chair, and as I sprayed the computer chair, I realized that just a beam of sun was coming in and hitting the computer chair, and the computer chair is black, and I just noticed it's now sparkling at me. I'm getting glimmers of friggin' flecks, and I'm like, oh no, I glittered because spray had glitter in it. I glittered the entire hotel room, the bed, the couch, I'm like, oh my god. Smelled good though. It was like a little MJ fairy just came and burst my freaking glitter all over the room. I was like, oh my god, they're gonna hate me.
Oh yeah, that'd be a eye-opening. They turn the lights on. There you go.
Dang.
So those are some good things.
That was
to
the
take
third
along
thing.
with you.
Third thing. What's the fourth thing? Where'd I put it? Oh, it's right here. This, oh my god, this saved me.
Okay, hand.
Like, can you?
I'll back it up so we can read it. It says Blue Dream.
Yes. Okay, so it's Blue Dream by Stewart Farms. It is amazing if I can get it.
Yeah, I saw them at
These damn child locks. Oh yeah,
they're
sticker.
I think they're at the Grow Up and at Can Expo. Stewart
They
Farm.
were. So nice little bath bomb.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Yeah, it was. I got two
I
of
thought
them.
it was some bud.
No, so nice. This bath bomb is so good. I soaked in one the other day when I got home for like 45 minutes, almost an hour, and that's all I can say.
It was good. It was
all I can say. It was like, I swear, if you have not had a Stewart Farms bath bomb, you need to find one because it's so good. So good. And last but not least on the high five list is, do you know what this is?
No. The 24K sort of sounds familiar. That's just.
Oh, it's not what's in it. It's just.
Okay.
So.
Oh, it's a bong.
You're gonna need one of these.
Yes.
This is the tool.
Yes.
Everybody's got one of these, but how do you travel around with your unit? Like, are you just like wrapping it in towels? What are you doing?
Yes.
Get a little bag.
I can agree.
Get a little bag.
I've got the dewdrop that I need a bag for.
Yeah, you just need a little bag.
Need a little bag.
Yep. And that's my list. My list of 5 travel tips and things you could bring with you when you're on the road.
Yeah,
as a cannabis consumer.
The bag protector is always handy to have. I've got a small one. It's not as big as yours.
That might be perfect for the your tool, your device.
The dewdrop.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I've got so many. I got a little bong.
Yeah, because right now I've got it's got a rig in it.
Oh. Yeah, see.
But yeah, I'll have to check and see if I can get the dewdrop to fit in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All righty. we got that done. Anything else on the 5 high list?
No, I mean I got lots of gadgets, but that's my traveler tips.
Okay, sounds good. Now I'm just gonna see if okay. Off to the recipes we go. Here we are. All right, MJ. Do you remember a couple weeks ago there was 2 requests, one from you and one from Al.
Okay.
Okay, and Al said to me, "Oh no, not another peanut butter one. Can we not have something that doesn't have peanut butter in it?"
Yeah.
And you said to me, "What about a sauce?"
Okay.
I got you 7 highly delicious cannabis-infused barbecue sauces to try at home.
Oh, it sounds good already.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Like, Al, there's a peanut butter flavor one.
Is there?
I don't know.
There is.
Shut. That's great.
Yeah, you see here on the right hand side of that there are the different recipes. There's the contents right there.
Nice.
So there is the classic cannabis infused barbecue sauce, which I assume it's just barbecue sauce just infused with some cannabis oil. But they also add vinegar, some sugar, Worcester sauce, Dijon mustard, some garlic powder, black pepper, paprika, yeah, and onion powder. So there's just the standard one, spicy cannabis infused barbecue sauce. They say this spicy cannabis infused barbecue sauce will add a fiery kick to your grilled vegetables, chicken, or pizza. It's a perfect blend of heat and flavor, evaluating your dishes and pizza to a new level of deliciousness. See, it's got tomato sauce. It's got the cannabis, a quarter cup of cannabis oil. Now, I'm assuming they were talking about infused oil, not a quarter cup of fecal.
Correct. Yeah, my assumption would be it would be like not a vegetable, but like a coconut oil.
Yeah. They got some chili powder going in there, some smoked paprika, some cayenne pepper. So there's your fire, right?
Oh, cayenne.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like this stuff is just basically throw it all in a bowl, stir it all up, and throw it in the, heat it for a few minutes and you're done.
So the thing that blows my mind the most about all these recipes is it's literally as soon as you turn your cannabis into an oil or a butter, then it's like go nuts from there, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like
exactly.
you could literally take your favorite barbecue sauce, whether it's made by Diana's or Kraft or whoever it is, and just put cannabis oil in it.
Yeah, people would ask us when we were doing the events with Treating Yourself. People would come up to us and ask us about recipes, and we could point to one in the magazine.
Sure.
There was usually one in the magazine, but we could also tell them that all they had to do was make, at that time, was the cannabis butter.
Yep.
And whatever recipe calls for when it comes to butter, you just substitute it for the cannabis butter.
100%. That's how I found one of my favorite recipes.
Yeah.
Somebody kept asking me the same thing. And I was like, you know what I really love? Because I think maybe it was you that said that to me. It's like, what's your favorite recipe? And I'm like, oh, I really like that peanut butter butterscotch chip melted with the rainbow marshmallows. I'm like, those like squares. I'm like, I love those. And you're like, okay, so instead of using regular butter, use canned butter. And I was like, shit, I never thought of that.
Yeah.
And it was so good. I got addicted for like a while there. I gained like 15 pounds. It was terrible.
So we got sweet and tangy cannabis barbecue sauce. So let's see, they add ketchup and honey, soy sauce.
That one sounds like right up my alley.
Yeah, lemon
Sweet
juice.
and tangy.
Smoky cannabis infused barbecue sauce. Smoky infused. Got molasses in there. Dijon mustard. Black pepper, cayenne pepper. Double up on the pepper. Creamy
Wow.
cannabis infused peanut butter sauce. Sorry, Al. There was one with peanut butter in here, and it's only
He's not making that one.
He's not making that one, but there's 6 others that don't have the peanut butter in it.
But you know what? A peanut butter sauce probably would be good on a lot of desserts, on ice cream. Throw it with a chocolate sauce.
They say it's perfect for enhancing the flavors of grilled or chicken wings, or skewer, and even serving as a tasty dip for fresh vegetables.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
I'm gonna have to get
dipping my vegetables in peanut butter flavoring sauce. I don't know.
Citrus infused cannabis barbecue sauce. So citrus infused. Orange juice. So say put orange juice in your barbecue sauce. A lot of the ingredients are, there's a lot of repeated stuff in them, but there's always something that's a little different. Some brown sugar going in this one as well.
Well, I guess that would make sense. I mean, they're using a lot of the similar spices. They're building a base and then altering it with just different things.
Yes. Bold bourbon barbecue sauce infused, of course.
Huh.
A cup of bourbon.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah. They even have a lunch recipe. This is for your salad. Cannabis infused grilled chicken salad. 1 chicken breast. A cannabis infused olive oil.
Yes, olive oil. Okay, I was sitting there wondering. I was like, what are they infusing? I generally always do a liquid coconut oil, but I don't like. Sometimes it actually tastes like coconut.
Look at this. You got your salad.
Yep.
You've got your dinner recipe with your shrimp on your next thing. You got your barbecue sauce if you need to make some ribs or something to go with the shrimp.
That's it. We're gonna have to have a cookout.
We're gonna have, yes, and actually,
we're gonna share this anyways, right? We're gonna share this on the page,
and they got tips here for cooking, decarboxylation, dosage, infusion. They have your, frequently asked questions in there. So, yeah, it's amazing what you can do just with a little bit of cannabis.
Yep. I remember back in the day, we were literally grinding up weed and throwing it right in the cake batter.
Yes. Not anymore.
Terrible. It's so gross. Couldn't even eat it. It was like,
I know. I believe a person that I know, last I knew, they were adding cannabis, leaving the cannabis in their butter. They always did. It was more along the lines of why take it out?
As somebody who suffers with like things of ADHD, and I deal with like textures with my food, I'm like, there is no way you're adding an extra texture like friggin' cannabis into my food like that. I like eating cannabis fresh. Baby leaf cannabis is the best to nibble on. As soon as it gets like a full leaf, you're dealing with like it's got those little hair things on it. I don't know if you know that, but like if you take a cannabis leaf and rub your finger one way, it's nice and smooth. What is it, the stomata or whatever? That when you go try and go the other way, it's like a cat tongue. Yeah, try and eat that stuff. It'll stick all in the back of your throat. You can't eat it. Like, so fresh baby cannabis is the tastiest. And I will tell you, saffron flower? Those little things, the pistils from the saffron flower. And they charge like ridiculous amounts for this. I would pay just for the hairs off the buds. When the buds form, all those little hairs that grow off. Yeah. I used to go in the garden because the hairs don't do anything when you smoke the bud anyways. Like we used to think it did, but it doesn't. I would just go in and go, they're so juicy.
So juicy.
They're so juicy. They're so good. Like I would top like sprouts in a salad. I would do that for my weed. I just like pull.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
that's how I like to eat my weed. I like to eat it like that, fresh and baby like form, or I like to eat it in butter or oil and edibles. I don't want to eat ground up weed in your butter.
No.
But it's like when you grow for yourself, you don't trim all the way down. You know, like you leave a little bit of leaf on the outside, and other people look at it and say, I wouldn't friggin' smoke that. And you're like, well, you're not smoking it. It's mine.
You're not smoking that.
Like the guy who leaves the stuff in his butter. He's like, well, it's not for you. It's for me. And I don't care.
Yes. Yeah. It's, you know, it's up to the person who's making it, whether they leave that in there or not. And,
it is sad throwing it away, though. I will admit that there is part of me that wonders, well, can't you do something else with that? Like, but once you put it through butter, it's like, it's like you don't want it for smoking.
Yeah. Well, no, not for smoking. Like anything, even the oil. Like, yeah, you can't. Yeah.
Yeah. Although now that I'm thinking about it, if you were to take it and put it in like little tiny chunks and freeze it, I wonder if you could put it in a soup, because there's so many times that you have like parsley or some herb in a soup and you don't texturally notice it's there.
Right.
Because it goes soft again because it's in a soup.
Right.
I might have to try that.
Sitting in the water going soggy.
Yeah, I'm a huge texture person. Like if it's the wrong texture on my French toast, if it's too soggy, I'm not eating it. It's undercooked.
French toast. I haven't had that in so long.
You can't do eggs?
No. Yeah. In the beginning, that was the problem. I couldn't do eggs. And then, I've stopped basically. I don't eat a lot of bread anymore.
Well,
I was
not
finding
a bad thing.
Yeah, I was finding that I was getting bloated. So I changed that.
Yeah, I didn't eat, like I said, I was eating so much healthier on the tour. I came home and I was so hungry. Like 11 o'clock at night, I instinctively just went to the kitchen to make myself my everything bagel with plain cream cheese, and I sat down and started eating it. I didn't like the taste of it. I got about halfway through and I was like, I'm not hungry anymore, but I don't feel like eating the rest of this. I just threw the half of it out. I was like, I'm going to actually get real food next time.
Yeah.
Like, this is processed and it's not healthy.
Well, as you mentioned, you went to Pita Pit, and it's something that I prefer to go to when I'm traveling on the road, because it is a concern when you're out and about.
And I didn't feel heavy. I didn't feel heavy either. Like I noticed I ate way more food at Pita Pit and didn't feel weighed down in my stomach. Like normally I just feel like, oh, I'm so full. And I didn't. I was full, but I was able to still like do what I needed to do.
Yeah. Because it when you're not feeling good from being around, just from the food itself, that can be a real big problem, especially when you're traveling. When you're sick, you like to be where you're feeling comfortable.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
There's no fun being in a hotel room throwing up everywhere.
Well, imagine imagine having an illness where you need to be near a toilet at all times. And now I got to drive 3 hours and I'm the driver. I'm the driver. Everyone's relying on me to get you to get them to the next location. So
and if you're sick, you can't do that.
No.
All righty. Why don't we take a short break and we'll come back with some news.
Okay.
All righty. We'll be right back, folks. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern, Saturday morning. Okay, headline news. Just so you know, a regular everyday of the mail news story. I lost it during the last segment. I had to shut down that.
No!
But I got some sports news. Yeah, it was a web page that just didn't want to cooperate. All these pop-ups and things.
Oh, I hate those.
Yes.
Yeah.
They can be a real pain in the butt. I can tell you, but I got some sports news, and let me just get this in the. Oh, we got that stupid bar in the way. I hate those. All right, here we go. Sports news: a soccer player has been arrested in connection with almost $800,000 worth of cannabis that was seized at an airport.
Oh no. Okay, how much is $800,000 worth in weight?
How much is
I always wonder this. I'm like, who are they selling those drugs to?
Yeah.
'Cause
Well,
I
this
wouldn't
guy,
pay that much.
J. Emmanuel Thomas, he's a soccer player who used to play in the Premier League there. They say, yeah, $795,000 worth. They arrested him on suspicion of orchestrating the attempt of importation of cannabis. Okay, I'm just seeing if I can find that number. How much is in there? Oh, well, there you go. There's bags.
That's not just a small amount of cannabis, sir. What the fuck are you doing with that much weed? Oh wait, intent country. Okay.
Yeah,
Or
he
out
was
of the
arrested.
country.
He was arrested with two other people, two women, aged 28 and 32, after around 60 kilograms, so about 132 pounds.
Holy shit, that's a whole person.
Yeah.
That's a whole person's
Yeah.
worth of weed. Why?
Yeah, they found it in 2 suitcases.
Flights must be that
Why would you put it in a suitcase? Do they not put those things through?
I'm telling you, the flights nowadays must be so expensive that they're like, oh, we can't make 10 trips to bring all this weed. We got to make it in one. And like you're saying, why would you put it in suitcases?
Yeah. Exactly. Why would you put it in suitcases? They go.
That's almost as dumb as driving like an idiot when you have drugs in your car or weapons or whatever. Like you're doing something you shouldn't be doing and you're driving like a maniac. Like
exactly. Yeah. Now, maximum sentence for cannabis importation in the UK is 14 years in prison.
Ooh la la.
Yeah.
Those friggin' 28 or 27, you said, and 30-something-year-old women are going to be like almost 50.
Yeah, by the time they go through the courts, all that stuff, he's now lost his job as a soccer player. He can't play soccer in the Premier League when you're behind steel bars.
And with a record, you'll never be able to coach.
No.
Like that's what most of those athletes go in to do later.
So, yeah, some of them do. But you got some athletes. I'm trying to think. I'm not 100% sure how this was, but back, I remember years ago, the Argonauts, Ricky Williams and cannabis. They called him the Rocket because he just fast, right, running through the opposition, and he went on to the NFL after this situation here. So even though he gets caught with cannabis, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be out of sports.
Well,
some people do get back in.
Yeah, but was he doing that? Like,
no,
he wasn't trying to smuggle a bunch of weed.
He wasn't doing. He wasn't caught importing 132 pounds of cannabis crack.
Holy shit, that's more than what I weigh. That's more than me. Holy.
Yeah, I'm just over that now. I spent a lot of years under it.
If I don't kick that Starbucks habit, I will be too.
Oh,
I'll be over.
Here's a story. I'm going to bring this story up. I talked about this yesterday in on the news, and
in which
I
show?
was on psychedelics and cannabis educational news.
Okay.
All right, and I brought this up as a news article, and it says proposal could see CBD banned for use in cosmetics across Europe. Why? Why would they ban that?
Is it bad for your
France
skin?
is trying to France is trying to classify it as a reprotoxic substance. They say that France issued a proposal to the European Chemicals Agency to classify CBD as a carcinogenic, a mutagenic, and reprotoxic substance based on what it says is a potential reproductive toxicity. So
what?
It's right here. I don't know if you can see my
It affects our it affects our reproductive
base. Yeah, base. They say it's potential of reproductive toxicity.
So I'm like, the companies that are putting toxic chemicals into their products for years are like, no, this one is toxic. We don't want that. But all the other ones that they put in are okay.
They say that while research, including a 2019 FDA literature review, suggests CBD could potentially cause male reproductive toxicity in animals. The CEO and founder of the Paris-based cannabis consultant firm says this proposal may be driven more by politics than science. What do you think?
I think our history with let's just look at the food since the 1970s when the government said they were going to make things more convenient and allow food corporations to create these quick, healthy meals for our families. And now we're literally eating TV dinners and fucking garbage food. I'm like, it's kind of like when I said about barbecue sauce, you could put your cannabis oil into the barbecue sauce. Yeah, but now you're eating their crappy chemical sauce.
Barbecue sauce, correct.
If you go by the recipes that were on that page, you would put in your own herbs and spices, and it would be 100% like fresh,
which
is way better.
Yeah, I did. I just posted it on the 420 Pace Facebook page.
Yeah.
Those 7 recipes. It doesn't stop there.
Ugh.
The French proposal focuses on CBD's potential reproductive toxicity, referring the adverse effects of a substance on the aspects of reproductive cycle, including the impairment of reproductive function and the induction of adverse effects in the embryo. So you're gonna put eyelash or eyeshadow on, and it's going to affect your embryo because it's got cannabis in it, not because of anything else.
Well, I'm like, they've been saying for years that the fucking chemicals in our plastic water bottles are causing male infertility, but yet they haven't fucking banned plastic water bottles. They're still sucking our friggin' spring water up from our like ground and selling it to us in these shitty bottles, like
in the bottles, and they have proven that there is plastics coming from.
And I'm just like, we're not stupid.
No,
I mean, some of us are, but like, it's because honestly, I don't think it's because we're stupid. It's because even if you try and search what's a healthy diet, you're going to get a million different counteracting friggin' articles. One that says milk is good, one that says milk is bad. So like, people are not just stupid because they're stupid. They're stupid because they're being fucking manipulated and brainwashed by stupid articles like that. And people go, oh, CBD must really be bad. No.
I couldn't believe it. I used that. I started going through that one. I read the headline and I thought, well, why? I'll just wait until I get to the article and I'll read it. And I'm reading through going, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if cannabis was bad for reproduction, how am I here? They were smoking hash like you wouldn't believe. My mom said, I literally smoked a couple BTs before we went and had sex, and I was like, I want to know. I don't need to know. As far as I'm concerned, my parents never did it. Like a stork came and dropped me off. Yeah, I don't want to think about that.
Yeah. Well, just think, you're older than when your parents were.
I know.
Right. So
actually, I'm at the age now where in my head, my dad stopped aging. So like I knew my dad was 41. I used to tell everyone he's 41. And then as he and I kept getting older, they would ask me how old my dad was. And I'd say he's 40. Oh, wait a minute. And I'd have to do the math because in my head, I just remembered my dad as 41. And now I'm 41. And I remember the things my dad used to say to me. He would say, he'd be in the bathroom doing this and pulling up his eyes. And I'd say, what are you doing? He'd say, I don't look the same. I'm looking old. And I'd say, Dad, you look fine. And he said, but you didn't see me when I was young. I was good looking when I was young. And I'm like, you're good looking now. Like, I don't understand. And now I'm in the mirror going, jeez.
Yeah, I have a 46-year-old son who doesn't look 46.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Actually, his partner calls him baby face, and actually she looked at the both of us last week and said baby faces.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think it is the cannabis,
as we know now, anti-aging effects or benefits.
It like relinks the what do they say, like the neurons or something in our brains and in our bodies. And like, why would we even have CBD receptors if we're not meant to have CBD?
Yeah.
Like, we have to have cannabinoids, and all cannabinoids, not just CBD, CBG, CBN, THC, THCV. I'll take them all.
All righty. We've done the sports, the news, and it is now time for all right. Time for entertainment.
Woo-woo. I'm excited about this one.
All righty. Let's see. First one up is October's events.
Yepper.
At a glance, what do we got going on?
Okay, so Thursday, October the 3rd in Toronto at Massey Hall, we've got Who's Live Anyway? You remember the show?
Are they running a video?
Whose line is it anyway? Do you remember that show?
What was the show?
Whose line is it anyway?
Oh yeah, I love that. That was great. Oh yeah.
Okay, so imagine that live.
Yeah, Colin Mockery.
Yeah.
Ryan, he was a tall guy.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think who the other. He went on.
It's funny; those two stayed for a long time, but then there were other people that came and went.
Right, and one guy went on to do, Drew went on to The Price is Right.
Yes.
The other one was the showcase. You got a choice of 1, 2, or 3 door 1, 2, or 3.
Wayne Brady.
Wayne Brady, yeah, he went on.
Yes.
And what was the name of the show? I'm just trying to think.
Let's Make a Deal.
Let's Make a Deal. There it is.
I like that show because coming back full circle to October, everybody dresses up in costume. Yes. I love that show.
Yes.
So if you like the show, they're actually going to be live in Toronto this Thursday at Massey Hall. Also happening Thursday the 3rd to Sunday the 6th, Toronto is having their burlesque festival at the El Macombo in Toronto.
El Macombo, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait to go there. I've never been there yet.
I've never been there myself, but I know it was always in the news.
It was in the newspaper. The photos.
Yeah,
it looks so beautiful. Sorry, what was it in the news?
Oh, it was in the Alma Combo. I believe that's where the Stones played.
Oh, that's possible. That's
Yeah,
possible.
yeah. Back in the day, I believe they played there. Let me look it up and see.
All right. So I'll just keep
Go
going
ahead.
while you look that
Yeah,
up.
you keep going.
Okay. So Saturday, the 5th, this Saturday, comedian Mark Norman is coming to Toronto.
Mhm.
He'll be at the Meridian Hall. And also Saturday, the 5th, Nuit Blanche is happening in Toronto at different locations. If you're not sure what Nuit Blanche is, it's art installations by different artists from all over Canada in Toronto from, it's like overnight. It's like 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah.
And you can go to the website, check out the information, what installations are going to be where. But that's fun. I'm going to be in Toronto, so I might check some of those out too.
Yeah. Okay. Update on the Alma Combo. It was in 1977.
Okay.
Yeah, and the Stones produced an album from the appearance. Live at the Alma Combo is what the album was called by the Stones. It was released on May the 13th in 2022, and it was recorded on May the 4th and the 5th in March of 1977.
Wow. They released it all those years later. Good for them. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Both good for the band and the Alma Combo.
Correct. Yeah.
What great promo.
The picture I always get is the palm tree.
Okay.
That's when I always think of the Alma Combo. I think of the palm tree.
Yeah. So. Oh, and I almost forgot to put on this list, which events at a glance is Nostalgicon is happening in Toronto on the 5th as well. I will be at Nostalgicon, hoping to speak to some celebrities from Degrassi High, as well as Kenny versus Spenny. And there's also going to be Sam from, the caveman from the Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right. He's actually going to be wrestling Spenny while they're there. So.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Yeah, celebrity wrestling.
Okay, I'm just lining up the next one. I'm making sure I get.
Oh yes, yeah. The next one is Rock.
I got the wrong one again.
That's all right. We'll go to that. We can do that one.
You want to do the movies?
Sure, I'm breezy.
Okay, let's do it. Off to the movies we go.
Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit about a couple movies that are coming out this week. The Joker, Folie à deux, which actually stands for Madness of Two, starring Joaquin Phoenix and Lady Gaga. In The Joker, Folie à deux, Arthur Fleck is institutionalized at Arkham, awaiting his trial for his crimes as the Joker. While struggling with his dual identity, Arthur not only stumbles upon true love, but also finds the music that has always been inside him. I'm a huge Batman fan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this a spin-off off the Batman series?
So yeah, it's like the second part to the Joker, with the first Joker with Joaquin Phoenix, and the fact that it's got Lady Gaga in it, and in the description it talks about finds the music that's always been inside him. As a musical buff, and I love musicals, like any movie like Tommy, Grease, anything like that, I'm like, it really resonates with me. So I'm interested to see what happens in that, because I know there's going to be music in there. There just has to be.
It has to be.
I hope I'm not disappointed.
Well, Lady Gaga, if she's in there, Gaga. If she's in there, you gotta think there's some musical track connected to it, unless this is just basically just directly
just acting
only. But sometimes they do combine the two.
Yeah, I think there is performance pieces in it, so I'm excited about that one, but not as excited as I am about the next one. The next one is titled Saturday Night. Now,
all right, for fighting?
No, I do want to say that I really feel like they missed something here, because the release day is a Friday. And I understand that you want to get an extra day of, like, you know, official release day is Friday.
Yeah.
But the movie's called Saturday Night.
You're thinking it should be released on a Saturday night.
Right? Okay. So Saturday Night, I'll just tell you, the cast is pretty much a cast of unknowns, which is very, very fitting considering these people have to play real life characters, like real life people, like Jim Belushi, Dan Aykroyd. So basically Saturday Night is about Saturday Night Live. So it says here, tensions run high as producer Lorne Michaels prepares for the first ever broadcast of Saturday Night Live on October 11th, 1975. It was the day where a ferocious troupe of young comedians and writers changed television forever.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
That initial cast, Gilda Radner, like they were so brilliant and so quirky and so out of the box and so unlike anything that was seen on TV up until that point. I can't wait to see. So basically it's the like 90 minutes and the lead up of what happened trying to get that show on to television and how difficult it was. And just to think that this is something that we know, love, and enjoy now, still to this day, people are still watching Saturday Night Live, and it's birthed how many brilliant actors, actresses,
and you know, they're still producing shows, all that stuff, eh?
Oh my God!
I just saw one on the news that was about some skit that made the news.
They're very quirky and funny, and I'm thoroughly excited to see this one as well.
Yeah.
So if you like movies and you're looking for something to do, check out one of those two this weekend.
Yeah, unfortunately, when it comes to movies, I'm usually sleeping by the first half hour, 45 minutes.
I know. I keep telling Timmy because he's never been to a drive-in, and since we got together, I'm like, oh yeah, we'll go, and then it's always either we don't like the movies that are playing, or we're like, one time the one movie was good, but it was the second movie, and I'm like, we're old. I feel like we're old. We're not gonna like stay and watch the second. Like at that point, I'm tired. I want to go home. It takes an hour just to get to the, to get to the place. Now I gotta drive another hour back after the late show. I'm just like, no, forget it.
Yeah, well, the drive-in, the one that's on the theater road there down by Coburg, or Port Hope or Midway, depending on what name you used for it, because I saw it called 3 different things recently.
Yeah.
Has been sold.
I was going to say they closed that one. Are they going to reopen it again? Maybe, since it's been sold. New owners.
I could see maybe buildings, housing or something.
It's sad. There was one in Kingston. There was one in Coburg, Port Hope area.
There was one in Peterborough.
Yeah,
I went to that one several times.
We have one in Picton. There's one in Picton, but they closed fairly early. They're probably already closed now for the season.
Somebody actually opened one. Somebody actually opened one around here, around Havelock. Yeah, it was. I remember it being in the Camel for paper, but I don't think it lasted very long.
That's so sad.
And the grounds for the Jamboree, it's got all kinds of stuff. I'm sure they could put a drive-in in there. It's for sale, $14 million.
Boy. That's the one at Havelock?
That's one in Havelock, yeah, because the stage is all there, all the infrastructure, all the lighting, all the electricity.
Do you get Trudeau Park too?
No, you wouldn't get Trudeau Park with it. No, those are two different entities.
Oh, I thought the Havelock.
Trudeau Park is in Tweed, sorry, and the Havelock Jamboree is in Havelock.
Oh, I don't know why I was getting the two confused.
Yeah, Trudeau Park's on Stoco Lake.
Yeah.
And they still have events going there too.
Oh yeah. I did a karaoke competition there.
Oh, really? Yeah. All righty. We got one
speaking
more.
of music,
Speaking
see,
exactly
look,
about music,
look,
here
you
we
did
go.
that in the right order.
Yeah, here we go. Here comes the music.
All right, so I'm calling this one Rocktober.
Yes.
Concerts to watch out for today. Kings of Leon are going to be in Toronto at the Budweiser stage. Also today and tomorrow, Billie Eilish is going to be at Scotiabank Center, or Scotiabank Arena, I should say.
Yeah.
I forgot Scotiabank Center is in Ottawa.
I
This
hear
is in Toronto.
I hear a lot of Billy's music on the music shows that I watch.
Yeah, she's fairly popular right now. That
Yeah.
Billie
Oh,
Eilish.
yeah, she is.
There's one of my favorite songs is actually not by Billie Eilish, but it's called Billie Eilish. So.
Yeah, and I could hear it on the radio, and I wouldn't know what I was listening to.
Okay, and then this Thursday, the 3rd, we've got TLC at Falls View Casino in Niagara Falls. Also Friday and Saturday at Falls View Casino. So later on in the week, we got Nick Carter,
Backstreet Boy,
the one Backstreet Boy. Yeah, he's a DJ or like a what do they call them? You DJs? Yeah, DJs.
DJ.
Yeah.
he's up there spinning the tunes.
Yeah, he's spinning records or whatever they do, digital. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm a KJ, not a DJ, so I don't know the DJ life. And Saturday and Sunday, the 5th and the 6th, Massey Hall, Toronto, Raffi is coming.
Raffi.
He's been around forever. I can't believe this guy's still going.
This can't be the same one that I'm thinking of. That is the child.
Yeah.
Entertainer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it?
Yeah, this guy.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's this guy.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Here, let me change that for you. There you go.
It's Raffi.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. It's the only one I could think of.
I actually seen later in the month too, which I'll tell you about next week. But it was Herman's Hermits with Peter Noon.
Yes.
And I was like, Peter Noon's still alive? What the hell? I want to go see that. And then I found out he's only like 72 because I asked Google and I was like, oh, I feel terrible. Here I am thinking this guy's like super old, even dead.
Yeah.
And you know Herman Hermit songs?
I do. I just can't think of one offhand. And I saw them perform at now it's called the Budweiser stage, but it was at Ontario Place, and they were part of a hippie fest that was going on there. Different bands that were playing from that era, and we said to them, "Hey, we're patients." To the security guy there, "Hey, we're patients. We need to go medicate with our cannabis." And they said, "You see that sign right over there? Just go to the other side of that sign." And the sign said, "No entry, no re-entry." Yeah.
That's terrible.
It is. I don't remember their song, but I remember that incident.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, there's a kind of hush. You know, there's a kind of hush. That one.
All over the world.
Yeah. Mrs. Brown, you got a lovely daughter. Baby, baby, can't you hear my heartbeat? There's that one. And of course, I'll just say this. Everybody will remember, I'm Henry VIII, I am.
Yeah.
Henry VIII, I am.
They've been around for so long, those songs.
Yeah. Yeah, they were very catchy. They were very innocent. And, like, I liked them. I was young listening to them when I was like 5. That's what my dad brought me up on. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Well, we always had little green apples going on in the car stereo.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's funny.
Don't listen to that anymore.
No.
Okay, we got one more segment, and I see I have to make that. I didn't make that. And I got
okay.
I got a review. We'll pretend we're playing an intro into her intro review. I better make a note. I better make note of that. so I remember to get it made for next week. But yeah, review items. As you've been seeing me, I've been here with the vape pen. This is a cartridge I got from Legacy 420.
Okay.
It is lime tasting.
Lime tasting.
It is lime. It's a distillate. It's not a live extract.
Does it have a strain name or a product name or?
No.
So do you think they have? You
It's
say it
made
tastes
there.
like lime. Do you think they have terpenes that they're adding?
Yes. In order to
'Cause
give
this-
the lime flavor.
This was something I was discussing with a couple of my friends because there's botanical terpenes.
Botanical terpenes, correct. And then
Right?
there's added flavor agents.
Yeah, so I could
What
see a
was you and
flavor
I were talking
agent. A flavor agent would literally just be like an extract, but an artificial extract. It's literally just a flavor, and it doesn't actually change or add any terpenes. Like we talk about when we consume cannabis, and it's got like limonene or it's got caryophyllene
Right.
or caryophyllene or however you say that one. I want to know, like, because I like limonene. My body likes limonene. So can I just purchase limonene and add it to whatever cannabis I have?
I don't know. I would think limonene, it's a terpene.
Mhm.
Whether it comes from a cannabis plant or comes from another plant,
Mhm.
it's still limonene.
So could you? I wonder if you could potentially extract it from lemons. I'm like,
Yeah,
I know people were putting orange peels in their weed bags.
Yeah, oh, some people were doing it just to add moisture to their dry.
Yeah, that's why they put it in there. But it's
But it
kind of
adds
like
flavor.
it's kind of like Ozempic when they gave it to a bunch of diabetics, and they're like, "Oh shit, they're losing a bunch of weight. Hey, psst, weight loss drug."
Yeah.
Right?
yeah.
It's kind of like people were putting orange peels in their bags just to keep it moist and not to dry out. But did they essentially end up making their cannabis infused with whatever that terpene is?
Mhm.
And which I'm guessing it would be limonene just because it's a citrus, but that's
Yeah,
just my ignorance.
correct.
I don't know.
That's the way I'm looking at it. As.
Yeah.
The limonene. Now, unfortunately, I didn't ask, and I wasn't concerned about any numbers when it comes to THC in it because I was just interested in the flavor.
Yeah. But you'll know if it's too much. You'll be like, oh, fuck, I can't smoke too much of that. Like I have some carts here. My God, like 70, almost 90% THC.
Yeah, I've had 93%.
I'm like, I can't smoke that. I buy the CBD one because it's still 30% THC.
Oh, the CBD ones. Wow.
Yeah, and but the CBD is so much higher. But I'm just like the THC content. I can't have 80% THC.
That I haven't had any problems whatsoever with the cartridge. It hasn't leaked.
No, that's good.
No, and I've had them before. I got a battery that's in the garbage can in front of me because it was so
that was
bad.
actually why I was humming and hawing. I'm like, who's paying for my batteries that I'm buying? I get so annoyed when I spend $40 or $50 on a damn cartridge that destroys my $25 battery and leaks all over the place. And I'm like, and then if you try and call the company to tell them their cart is crap, they tell you, well, how did you store it? Well, did you lay it on its side? No, I fucking didn't because I'm not a moron. Sorry.
Now, another thing I grabbed while I was down there. This is, see this brown.
I like the look of it. What is it?
This is the THC base that Legacy 420 puts into the cannabis beverages.
Oh, so now you'll be able to dose it yourself, like my little droppies.
Correct. If you, that's what.
How much is one drop? Did they tell you?
Yes, they did. You can buy whatever milliliters you want, and they've got small jars that are 65 milliliters. So I bought 45 milliliters, and they put it in that jar. And then I got home and I put it into the smaller jar because it's got the eyedropper in it. 1 milliliter is 20 milligrams of THC.
Okay.
So, and it's full extra. It's a full extract. Okay.
Oh, beautiful.
As well. So it's all there. And, you drop it into, I like it in pineapple juice, mango juice, a pineapple mango juice combo. I put
Is
it
it
in.
flavorless?
No.
So it
No.
does taste like cannabis.
As I said, it's full extract.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you took this and you put it in, let's say 100 milligrams into, like they sell, as I mentioned, they have a 65 milliliter bottle they sell shots in.
Yeah.
And there's different beverages that are in those drinks. If you got 100 milligrams in the 65 milliliter bottle, there is no doubt you're going to taste it.
Yeah.
No doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, but if you don't like the flavor of it, just stick the friggin' dropper in your mouth and swig it like you would a shot.
Yeah.
Like chase it like a shot.
Well, that's the thing. Instead of drinking your 100 milliliters all at once, spread it over 3 drinks, and at 65 milliliters, 3 of those, isn't even half of. It's probably more around about 5 ounces. So it's not like you're drinking a lot of beverages. And people got to remember, like somebody asked me, well, what does that make that as far as the beverage? What's the percentage? I said, well, it doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned. If I'm drinking 20 milligrams of THC in 65 milliliters of fluid, or drinking 20 milligrams of THC in 350 milliliters of fluid, I'm still drinking 20 milligrams of THC.
Absolutely. It wouldn't matter if you took the 20 milligrams and dropped it right into your mouth.
Correct.
And took I'm the opposite way. You're saying if you don't like the flavor in one drink, spread it out over like 3 or 4.
Right.
And I'm like, forget it. I'll treat my oil of oregano and I'll drop the whole dose in my mouth right now.
Yeah.
And take one big gulp of that drink, and then I'll just enjoy my drink, and I'll know that I'm fine. I've already got my dose.
Yeah.
Now we can just have as many or as little teas or water or juice as we want.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You can mix this in your teas.
Yeah.
In your coffees.
Yeah. Well, I really like the customizability. The fact that you can dose in, like you said, the whole thing is 20 mils. So I would.
Well, it's 20 milligrams per 20 milligrams per milliliter.
So a milliliter is a full dropper.
Correct.
So I would have to take a quarter dropper to get 5 milligrams. But knowing.
No, you would have to get 10. You'd have to take a quarter of a dropper.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
5.
Did I say half?
You said half. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You're correct. I meant a quarter. But yeah, I would to get the 5. But knowing that, I could be like, you know what? I'm going to take a little bit more. That'll be 7.5, and that'll be an extra dose. Or, I'll do 5 now and 5 later. Or,
Yeah.
So you can, it's the customizability is where the fine tuning is what I like.
Exactly. And water.
Is it water soluble?
Yeah, I'm just trying, and fat soluble.
Oh, nice.
Like I put it in my juice. Just like I said, I just stir it up.
Yeah. Well, and I feel like we need to say, for those of the people that don't know Legacy 420, they have a full laboratory, a full everything. They had like scientists and they
have colleges and universities that come tours.
Yeah, and they test everything and their
own lab, their own production facility.
Yeah, that's why they have the ability to like provide these things, which is great.
And
I haven't been down there in a while, but
some samples. They sent me all these samples of all their little baked goods.
Oh, so are we gonna stop by there when we do our little trip? I haven't been there.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. I got a message during the broadcast.
Okay.
We're set for Friday.
All right, sounds good. I'm even more excited.
That's right. We'll be talking about that next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
So, all righty. Well, that's the review. You got anything else you'd like to discuss? Mention it's 11:30.
I don't think so. Other than I miss you, Al.
Yeah, Al, we missed you. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, I like how you didn't say next Tuesday.
We'll see you next week.
Canoe.
Yes. All right. Other than that, as I mentioned, I posted on the 420 Pace Facebook page the
recipes.
Barbecue for the recipes for the different sauces.
Yes.
If there's anything else that you'd like us to post, if we missed it, let us know, and we'll make sure we post it. Other than that, we'll see you all next week. And anything else for you, MJ?
Oh, actually, I do.
Oh, he's gonna use it.
Let's show it.
Ah, really? Okay, let's do that again. We'll blow that up. We're blowing that up for you so everybody can see. Wow.
It's gone.
Open it up. Show us
where to go.
Where to go. There's not
right in there.
It's right in there. Wow. Carbon filter, I assume.
Yep. And this was one of their special editions. Look how pretty it is. It's like rainbow color.
Oh, yeah, it's sort of
it's perfect.
Yeah.
As if it was made for me.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was. All righty, everybody. We'll see you all next week. Bye,
bye, guys.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today?
Excellent. How are you, Peterborough?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good.
Thank you for. There you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right?
We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough.
How was 420 in Peterborough?
I'm gonna let goes here. We're gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
All right, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout-outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, Pace, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more, for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest vision, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows the commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or anything.
Oh.
It was just...
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but sure we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that.
Exactly.
I'd go out to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it. Yeah.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the...
So Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, a roach guess, a rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
You'll
awesome.
see the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and throwing out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh. Got to do, yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered, but we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. Herb for Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah, we had a live band with a great sound system. Plus I had the megaphone and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's people.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go, Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Real life, my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6 shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and Star. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour cheese or purple crisp, strawberry hair.
straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with red. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, the law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song weed, I'll do it for throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So does the meat. Queen Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not near done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? Feedback aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. They've all smoked, and our supporters of weed. The list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
That's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word.
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's what people don't
all
understand.
All the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year.
Mm-hmm.
And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600. And, you know, it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for mesh backs and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that...
Especially on posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think his kids, his extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children. There was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
You got anything else you'd like to add?
That place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys, and
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriel, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
That it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual. And it was so nice to see each of them, what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Carte Diem Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes, like today was on history. So we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010, for the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time, we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years and started out as a booth there at the park, and as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures, and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So, congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. You got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to close we're closing the place up here.
Thanks for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too.
You too,
Thank you. And thank you, everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
Shallon, sample number 3.
Thank you.
Pop your lid off me.
Oh, yeah. So I was trying to do this before it deletes it again on me.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, go ahead. Make sure you're
Save
done.
and finish later.
Yeah, save and finish later.
Mix it all up.
There we
That's
go.
what I do.
All right. Here's the ash. Sorry, the
Grind plate.
plate.
Thank you.
Oh. But yours?
No, that's just the one that was on there.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
It's not getting ground yet. It doesn't get ground
yeah.
yet.
Yeah, it doesn't get ground.
No grounding.
So we can answer your questions 1 through 6, right? While we have the plate.
Here. That one's open.
Oh. Okay, I didn't see the ones that Bob had.
You took it.
What's that? The papers? Yeah, I did take them.
Oh.
I took them and gave them to Shal.
Thank you.
How are you finding in these strains that you've done so far the crystal factor?
Oh,
the first one was nice inside.
There's been crystals on them.
Oh, nice.
But there's no what I've noticed is there was no powder.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Catch it in the sun, you can really see it.
Can you see the crystal in the sun?
It's really purple.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Nice. I can see the purple from here.
Oh, wow. Well, fuck, you're 13 hours away.
It's the mushrooms.
Oh, look at that.
No, I could really see that it was purple when he was holding it up in the sun. I could see it purple.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's visually appealing.
Karma cup.
Yes, visually appealing. Okay. That means that has to go. Oh, yeah, it has to go around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We're judging the Karma Cup. It's the 11th season here in Canada.
Black Domino.
What is it?
I'm going to run a promo here, Al.
All right, go ahead as we keep judging here at the. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
And we are back.
All right, we're testing this indica. Everybody's got a good. They're liking it. Yeah. Moistures. Yeah.
So you.
Yeah, this is
overall
this is
visual appeal.
Good. This is I'm.
Which one's this, Al?
This is
that what you're on now?
Sample number 3.
I'm just gonna crack the bud to feel the.
I can do that. I will do number 3 of the indica.
No,
or the sativa.
Correct. Yeah, what did you get? Like how? That's what I'm trying to get from you earlier.
so
what are your results for sativa number 3?
Well, I'm going to roll this, what I have left of it, and plus with my notes.
Visual. I like.
Yeah.
There you go. So 1 through 9.
Okay, let's get it rolled.
All right, gone around twice.
That's 13.
No, that's 1. Okay.
Oh.
I didn't see any physical contaminants. Did anybody else?
No,
any?
I'm not seeing any, but
nothing. Okay.
But remind me next time. I'll definitely bring us some loops. I think.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to see.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the next one. Translate. Does the aroma translate to taste? Taste. I really.
Number 2 is moisture.
Important to me.
Yeah, I was going to note that.
Like you can.
Taste is important to me, but the smell, I mean, I love the smell, but the smell not so
strength.
Yeah, I
much.
like the smell too, but smell doesn't always translate to taste.
No.
Aroma
No.
pleasantness.
Yeah, that's what I've found over the years.
I'd be back.
Stickiness to touch.
Yeah.
Stickiness to touch. Does it feel sticky?
Yeah. Okay, so we're into the grinding phase.
Question
Now,
6: physical contaminants.
Shallon's gonna grind it up.
No,
She's gonna
so
let us
yeah,
know
no. Know what you got? Yeah.
how it is, whether it feels really moist or dry.
And we're about
or-
to smoke it for the next
Is
year.
there any lumber in it? No lumber. No lumber. Good to put that in the comments. Saying.
Don't make those comments too long. I can't remember them. How are you making out?
Pretty cute.
You sure are.
Okay.
Yeah, not too much at all for stock.
You know, I'm so used to cooking burgers and hot dogs. You know, maybe next time I do one of these, I'll just do a sub thing. Pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You can just go and grab them. No, I'm gonna keep. We'll keep doing this.
Ooh, that fluffed out decently. Yeah, that's a good fluff.
Probably when we start that, I'll get Al to run a video that's a little longer. Huh?
What's that?
Yeah. When I go to start up the barbecue, I'll get you to run a video. One of the other videos that are on there.
Yeah, they're only a couple of minutes though, so I can run a couple.
Correct. That's yeah. Or I'll just go do it. Yeah.
Well, there's one here that's 4 minutes.
We're gonna keep judging while I'm cooking.
We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
I can really
Yeah. You know, by the seat of your pants, right?
Always.
Always.
But I smelled that first.
And okay, now Shallon, how was it? Fluffy?
Yeah, it fluffed out pretty good.
Yeah.
Not overly dry.
Not overly dry.
Not-
Moisture was
not
good
wet.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, no complaints.
No
there,
problem. By the looks of it, you're gonna roll 2 joints.
At least.
Do we want to speed this up? You want to help her, Deb?
Yeah.
So if we guess the strain, like after all this is done and over
Right.
down the road, when do they release the results? Do we get
Yeah,
to find
yeah.
out if
The
we guess
results
the
will
right
be
strain?
released on what the.
Oh, you mean if you were right?
Yeah.
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 So
I'm
you
sure
can
they
go
do.
back. Once things are submitted, you can go back and edit them. Last year,
Until what
you
date?
couldn't.
Until the
last
end.
year I wanted to go back in and see how I judged on things. And that's why I had leftovers out of each strain, so I could go back, double check what I saw, and say, okay, well maybe I'll go to the store and buy
Yeah.
that. Now that is finished first or
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And the one thing that is different on the website this year is you'll probably be able to see your results this year, next year. Although you can't see last year's results. I don't see them here.
Yeah, it is. It's a different.
Oh, I was going to keep track every year.
That's
three out of that
could
one.
be. Yeah.
Could be. Yep.
Yeah.
Don't know. We'll
Okay,
find
got
out.
the joints coming,
Can't tell you
and
that.
no problem rolling
Too early.
joints. All right. Okay. Now we're going to be checking the ash. We want to know about.
Would you call me?
Yeah. Says the taste translate or the aroma translate into the taste. Your smoking experience. Keep an eye
Yeah,
on
no, that very rarely happens.
Don't we just dumping it in?
Oh yes.
Numbers that.
You know, we can't.
Enough for a third joint.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 joints.
Wow.
Yeah. I put fluff nicely and put a 9 in brackets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask what papers you're using, Al?
Because they
And which ones? The greens?
blue.
I don't like the blue. I like the green.
I like the blues.
I like blues too.
The blues are good for slickers.
Yeah. I like the reds and the blues.
The red's too thick.
I like
I went.
my joints, so the fuller paper is better.
I splurged this month and I got some regular Ziggy Whites.
Yeah, that has some bite. I can't pay $3.75 a pack of papers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, you're paying for them anyways, buddy.
I've been using Gazay for years.
Yes, I have too.
And we met Kirk at the Karma Cup.
Oh, years ago. Yeah. And he's
ago.
not even with Gazay anymore.
Correct. And ever since then, I've been smoking Gazay, and the Chemical Lifestyle Shop keeps me in stock.
We have.
Kurt sent me a whole crap load of stuff before I moved, so I still have a lot of reds and blues left. But you can't. I've tried to get Gazay into the store here in town, into my cannabis, but not yet. Although I have been successful in getting Shatterizer products in there and Canadian lumber.
Just look at it.
I have a minimal of 10 customers that buy these Gazays by the box load.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know. I love them.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
I wish Kurt still worked there because now I have to pay for them.
Yes.
So what's everybody thinking of so far?
Well, let's just say, I think this round we would hear. Oh,
so you're on 8 already.
Oh,
where
have you got any more?
You're on question 9.
It's not the 70s, Al.
Ash.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's really light. That ash. You look at that ash.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's clean.
It's clean. Yeah.
Effects.
Now, okay, so here's a discussion while we're all trying these strains. As far as judging goes, how effective are we being doing one strain after another as opposed
to? Not asking us how stoned we are.
I guess
the effect does.
For the effects and experience, not pleasant or very pleasant. Bob says he doesn't know which one's hitting him right now.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. Yep. My answer would have been
11 overall enjoyment.
Okay. Now don't forget, you can always go back and edit it.
And would you buy this
things too?
12 is what would you buy this product?
You haven't even offered me a glass of water or anything, Al.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want?
Okay, I went to the fridge and got some
water.
No, that's too small. I burned my fingers.
Don't forget, guys. There's water, iced tea.
These things.
Some pop.
I have water and tea.
Some pop from Legacy 420.
Oh.
I like the black cherry.
What's the milligrams on that one? 60. What was the other one?
30.
30. $2. $2 for that.
I need some black
So what are we on now, Al?
We are. Everybody is done judging. We're gonna move on to number 4. We still got a joint going here though. From number 3. Okay.
This is what I'm working on, and my notes here from the first time I tried it: 2-hour buzz.
It doesn't seem to ask us about the burn either.
I can still taste it.
Like it burns nice and even.
Yeah,
I can taste it too.
Yeah.
Tastes good.
Okay.
Is that number 4?
No, that's number 3.
Oh,
we're almost halfway done.
Yeah, we're about to start for it.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
Tug lightly on this bowl of mine. Well, my screen has seen some better times. Well, my buddy poked a hole, now my weed falls deep inside. Please tug lightly on this bowl of mine.
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Royal Kush were acoustic at Harvest Fest. That was pretty awesome when I got to hear of it.
Really?
Mm.
Cool. We are live, and Debbie was talking about the performance of the Royal Kush Band at Hemp Fest. Hemp Fest? Harvest Fest.
Harvest Fest.
Harvest Fest. Who, while you mentioned that, Jim was singing our song.
Yes, he was.
He was singing our song. Did you hear it?
No, I heard you singing it.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
That I'm sure our listeners didn't get the pleasure of.
I have it on my cell phone, and every now and then I walk into a room with it playing. Just for someone to do.
That's how you introduce yourself, is it?
Yes. Hi, I'm Al. How are you?
I have my own song.
Well, hey, I does. And
if you got it, flaunt it, right?
There you go. I like to whip out my song every chance I get. So this is our little thing here that we do called the 420 Radio Show. Been doing this a while. So tonight we've got a playlist that one of our regular listeners gave to me today. And so we've got some nice classic rock songs there to listen to tonight for Darcy and Marcel, who don't like rap music. I hear Debbie likes rap music.
Yeah, she does.
I like some. I'm pretty flexible. The only thing I don't really like is hardcore twangy country.
We can start calling her Grandmaster Deb.
Speaking of hardcore tinny country, I'm going to see Chris Stapleton next weekend. Nobody knows who that is.
Haven't got a sweet clue.
My wife likes him a lot.
He's got an amazing voice,
but probably more modern country.
More country rock, I would think. He's more of a southern rock kind of flavor to it, I think, anyways.
Yeah, see, that I can handle. It's just the hardcore, like, twangy.
Old school. He lost his wife. She took the dog, and he's sitting at home drinking whiskey.
I've already lived one of those songs. I don't want to listen to it. Thank you.
There you go. We're on the same page.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, but no thank you. What's Marcel up to?
Reading.
What are you reading?
I'm reading about a cannabis delivery man who got nabbed in Hamilton last night.
It wasn't me.
No,
it wasn't me.
No. 43-year-old Hamilton man.
Yep.
And caught in total with 247 grams of cannabis valued at $2,500.
All because he had a bag on his front seat.
Yeah. So that means cops are valuing cannabis at $5,000 a pound.
Yep. Yep. And it also means that Somebody was a stupid drug dealer.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that's smart, like a dump truck, isn't it?
The officers found several paper bags containing various amounts of cannabis with receipts for buyers attached. Police also found 2 cell phones, cash, and a GPS unit that showed a route to a nearby address. Oops.
Nothing like drawing them a map.
I guess.
Yeah, eh?
I guess the guy should have paid his fines and not had a suspended license.
Oh, crap. I just hang
That's
up
what
on
they
Jack.
initially got him for. Aren't you a nice guy?
Yes, I'm a
Yeah, I
bastard.
have a friend who has a theory when it comes to cannabis, you only break one law at a time.
Yeah.
So if you're out driving, you make sure that everything's properly registered, insured, all your lights are working, the whole fucking nine, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh, I gotta go get this. This is hilarious. I read this today. I couldn't stop laughing. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, guys. Jack Lloyd here. Thank you so much for having me, and my apologies for being so slow.
That's okay. You're kind of busy, buddy.
Well, right now is the deadline for the application for the Ontario cannabis retail. So
yeah,
I may only really have 10 minutes to chat, and I hope that's okay. I apologize for that. It's just the perfect storm of timing, ultimately.
It is. Well, you know what? We were just talking when you came in. We were talking about the guy who got the delivery guy who got busted this week in Hamilton.
Oh well, that's it's a very prohibitionist mentality. Yeah. But you know, when I read about that issue, it had largely to do with a traffic violation. So it was really the cannabis stuff was really a corollary, and the reason that it becomes some kind of a story is that everyone's kind of obsessed with cannabis right now, but ultimately that had more to do, in my view, with a licensing issue than anything else regarding his.
I got that from the article. I think it was, in my opinion, anyways, it was more of an idiot move than anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to deliver, at least pay your fines so that you can have your license back.
Yeah, and put your shit in the trunk.
Yeah.
Anyway. Well, that's
little common sense goes a long way.
If any message were to be conveyed, certainly cannabis should live in your trunk when you're driving. That's a useful message.
So the main reason I wanted to have you come on, because you haven't been on in a while, and lots has gone on. We're probably going to talk to you before October anyway. So, we've got a lot of interesting things going on right now, and one of the first things I wanted to ask you, Jack, is there's a lot of discrepancy now between medical and recreational, and it's bugging a lot of people out who need their medicine. What are you suggesting to people when they're detained or questioned or pulled over in that aspects, the medical aspects, to kind of ease the conversation that you're about to have with the police?
Well, it's an area of great uncertainty, to be perfectly frank. And every situation is unique, and it's unique in the sense that I can't provide direct legal advice for what to do in any situation. Mm-hmm. The only case that's ruled on whether or not an officer is obliged to verify with Health Canada whether someone's authorized to possess cannabis prior to a search of a vehicle is a case in Nova Scotia. It's on publication ban, but the general sense is that at least one court has ruled that they're not. But that's not a specific ruling. It's just one factor amongst many that is to be considered. So in general, if you're stopped many years ago, you could, in a sense, explain to police that you've got a medical authorization, and that would be enough to calm things down. For the last, I'd say, 7 years, the majority of my clients have not found any benefit to discussing the fact that they have a medical authorization to possess cannabis. Police essentially don't care. So what they'll do is they charge you, and they let the Crown Attorney deal with whether or not they were correct to charge you. So in general, even if you're a medical user, and in my understanding is we're just focused on driving right now.
Yeah.
If you're driving, even if you're a medical user, keep it in the trunk.
Well, just like you would have a case of beer. You don't put it in the back seat. You put it in the trunk.
If at all possible, yeah. So the main difference is that there's an oral dimension to cannabis, or an odor dimension, certainly, in that like they can smell that it's in the vehicle, and it gives them grounds to search the entire vehicle. It gives them grounds to do a great many things with your vehicle, and none of which are in your interest. And it also gives them grounds to lay a charge against you for impaired driving, regardless of whether or not there's really any indicia of impairment. And for the vast majority, and this is where the really big risk comes from, vast majority of medical cannabis patients who rely on cannabis to manage their symptoms, they may well fail the per se limits imposed under the impaired driving regime. So you're just putting yourself at an extraordinary risk if you've got cannabis in plain view, cannabis that can be smelled, and it's not in your trunk, because they can search your vehicle so easily, and they can lay an impaired driving charge so easily. And ultimately, because of the per se limits, you're at a risk of being found guilty of impaired driving, even though you're not impaired, you haven't been smoking cannabis recently, and the cannabis is stored securely. Even if you comply with all of that, they could still find you guilty of impaired driving just based on the fact that you're a medical user, you use it daily, and you're never under the per se saliva limits. Yeah, so the jeopardy is
the saliva limits don't prove impairment is the problem.
I agree with that. Yes, that's
and even the police admit that.
Oh, they know, they definitely know it, and they admit as much. But they're going to enforce the law, and there's a good chance that they're able to convict people until we can strike down these per se limits.
So is the situation the same that if you get pulled over by a ride and you can smell beer on my breath, it's the same situation as if you get pulled over by ride and you can smell cannabis in your car? Now,
it's actually worse. It's actually worse for cannabis. If they smell liquor on your breath, it doesn't entitle them in some ways, I suppose it does, but they have less search powers. With cannabis, if they have reason to believe that there's illicit cannabis in the vehicle, they can do a complete search of the vehicle without a warrant, without any other grounds. So, in a sense, if you drink one beer and your breath smells a little bit like beer, you have more rights than if there's a faint odor of cannabis inside the body of your vehicle. So,
that's one of the things that there's a lot of discrepancy on in conversations that I have. Some people are on the belief that they don't have the power to do anything if they smell it now, but it's not the case.
No,
right?
That was formerly. So under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, pursuant to a case called John VA, the odor of burnt cannabis was not sufficient grounds to search a vehicle. And this was a really important case because lots of folks would get charged because a cop said, well, it smelled like somebody had been smoking cannabis. So they searched the vehicle and they found something or other, and they charged the person. Well, the courts ruled that the odor of burnt cannabis was not evidence of possession of cannabis. It was evidence of former possession of cannabis. And that was really important under the CDSA, and that protected a lot of people, oddly enough. Under the new legislation, no odor of cannabis is helpful to a defendant now, because odor of fresh cannabis means you've got it in the body of your vehicle, which exposes you to a search without a warrant, and the odor of smoked cannabis exposes you to a charge under the impaired driving legislation, and it's a charge which you're undoubtedly going to be convicted of due to the per se limit, because if you use cannabis,
you're over,
probably
regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the metabolite is stored in your fat cells, and they test for the metabolite. So it's just a dog's breakfast. But traveling in your vehicle with cannabis carries a great deal of risk. So you should keep it in your trunk.
Wow. I don't know what to say about that because
this is why they make smell-proof bags.
I was going to say yes. Sniffy proof bags are great. Yeah,
I have a smell-proof
very,
backpack.
very helpful. Yeah,
I heard of someone who was stopped roadside, and the cops claimed that they thought they could see cannabis in the back of their vehicle, like in the back seat. And the inside of their vehicle was an utter mess. There was no cannabis to be found, but they were temporarily put under arrest, standing by the side of the road while the cops are rifling through all their stuff.
That's probably the most common occurrence in cases of this nature, and it's exacerbated now. Under the old legislation, you had more rights. Under this legislation, they can search without a warrant no matter what if they think there's cannabis there. So it's extreme jeopardy. So until it's struck down, and I'm hopeful that it will, because it's really a completely unjustifiable restraint on someone's right to be free of unreasonable search and seizure. But ultimately, for the foreseeable future, keep your cannabis in the trunk.
Yeah. So let's switch up to another important subject that I know you're working on, safe consumption. You are fighting for us right now in the courts to allow us to have places like that and to allow us to have dispensaries, right? We're trying to.
Yes.
Yes. Where I know where things are, but I'd like you to tell, because you'll tell them what needs to be heard.
Well, there's a lot of fights ongoing right now. I'll give you the three main fights. The one fight relates to folks that live in locations that are alleged to have been involved in the sale of cannabis. So folks can be locked out pursuant to Section 18 of the Cannabis Control Act in Ontario. They can be locked out of there. And that's really troubling, because it means someone can be rendered homeless on unproven allegations.
Wow.
So we were in court on that today, trying to slow it down at the very least. A further hearings happening in September 27, I believe. I can update further once I'm at my desk.
Sure.
The next fight is in relation to safe access through dispensaries. So I've got a variety of cases ongoing. The main one is in Hamilton, dealing with that serious issue. So it remains to be seen what happens. Obviously, the government is very, very interested in stopping our community from having our own safe places to access cannabis in. But we're doing our best to sort of to fight that and to make sure that people continue to have reasonable and reliable access to their medicine. And then the final, those are the main, the final relates to consumption spaces. These are cannabis lounges. And so that's involved in the same case in Hamilton. It's being raised, and the anticipation is that a further case is going to be raised relating to this serious issue, in the hopes that that we can designate safe spaces pursuant to court orders that allow for that. And I don't want to speak too much about it, just because the litigation is at this stage, like the government. Well, it's also the government is so heavily invested in defeating these arguments that it wouldn't surprise me if they listened to your radio show in order to get tidbits that can be used to stop people from having safe space.
Considering I'm smack dab in the fucking middle of it, I wouldn't put it past them.
So that's essentially where we're at right now. Hopefully, we can get good results on all of these that protect our community. But it's one of the unfortunate. The government makes money off of this now, and because they make money off of this,
they're going to
the enforcement is not just trying to protect it. It's deliberately target this community in a more forceful manner than they've targeted any other community. So you're better off trafficking fentanyl than sharing medical cannabis at this stage. But I'm speaking facetiously, of course. The main point being that significant resources are going to be put into stopping our community from congregating, and we're going to court to try to at least protect our ability to congregate, protect our ability to access and consume medicinal cannabis safely in a manner that makes sense to us.
But you know, it's okay for us to go to a football game and party outside.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, I mean, like, I am so distraught over what's going on because Gunjanistas was my place to hang, and that's like really I'm at home and I'm there, right? So you know, I'm watching.
The fight is on.
I know.
So we're doing our best, but ultimately the government has a vision for where things are going. So all that we can do is go to the courts and seek the protection of rights pursuant to that.
And you know what, Jack? And we have a vision too, and we have rights. And not only as human beings, we have rights to do certain things in our lives. And if there's a place where somebody can go and consume cannabis openly, where everybody's doing the same, what the fuck is it different to anybody else? If you don't want to be a part of that, go to a bar.
Absolutely.
Or
well,
stay
certainly
home.
we're going to be arguing that, and the fight is on. But that's where we're at right now, guys. I do have to go. I'm extremely sorry for that. It's just it's bedlam for me right now. But always a pleasure to hear from all of you. Cheers, guys, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks.
Jack.
Cheers, guys. Ciao.
So that was interesting
and quick.
Well, I figured he'd be quick tonight because I know what's going on. So
cool.
Yeah.
Want to do a song?
Sure we can. Everybody.
Please don't encourage Al to sing again.
Oh,
no, don't sing. But play a song.
Come on. Everybody and their uncle here in Ontario that has ink in a pen and money in their bank account is going after one of these lottery things, right? So, yeah. All right. Let's listen to some Grand Funk Railroad. Grand Funk Railroad. Some kind of wonderful. Yeah, this is the 420 Radio Show. We are live here. That was Jack Lloyd. And we'll be right back with... we'll be right back.
Hey, this is Cheech. This is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Ooh.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
420radio.ca is a progressive internet radio station geared to the cannabis lifestyle, broadcasting 24/7 from our living rooms, kitchens, and home studios all around North America, with listeners around the world. We are always looking for like-minded DJs, talk hosts, and people to help out. If you have a podcast you're doing, or want to throw it out on radio, or just enjoy playing music and want to get into radio, let's talk. Email info@420radio.ca for more info.
Beats here. We are back. This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live here in Toronto. And where are you guys? Truro and
Amherst.
And where
Bridgetown.
Are you? And Bridgetown. In Nova Scotia. So you got Nova Scotia and Toronto today. Yeah. Well, I guess that's usual now.
So now we're going to discuss the safe disposal of cannabis. If you produce more cannabis than you intend to use, you may destroy the excess amount. It doesn't say you must.
And gasoline.
Just wait. It doesn't say you must destroy it. It says you may destroy it.
But you used to say must.
Yeah. To protect other persons, especially children or youth or pets in your household, you should render cannabis unfit for human consumption prior to disposing of it. One method of disposing of cannabis is to blend the marijuana with water and mix it with cat litter to mask the odor, and then place it in your regular household garbage. It is not advisable to burn your dried marijuana or plants.
Why?
Don't know. That's all they're saying. It's not advisable to burn it. I mean,
the cops do it all the time. I see those pictures where they're standing there with a big giggle on their face.
Yeah.
While they're burning cannabis.
And I mean, the proper consumption, well, the most common consumption is to burn it in a series of small fires. So I would destroy it by fire.
What is the height of the largest cannabis plant in history? Does anybody know?
In history? I don't know. I know of strains that grow 24 feet.
Wow.
I'm gonna say, well, if you can see it there, do you have the answer, Al?
I'm gonna Google it.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be 27 feet.
Cannabis plant in history.
It's likely grown in California.
Yeah, eh? Somewhere in Humboldt.
Well, in that triangle.
It depends, I think, on where and how you're growing them.
Well, this is in the jungle.
Largest ever. I'm just waiting for it to come up. As of 2012, I got an article here in the Mercury, the Stone Mercury. Where is it? The Western Mercury in the UK, and it says the largest ever cannabis found in Weston Garden was in. Where is it? In the UK, obviously. On the Bourneville Estate in Bruce Close.
And how tall was it?
I haven't gotten that far yet.
Oh.
It doesn't say. So you're fucking wasting my time, you fucking article. Oh, it says scale to 6 foot. Oh, never mind. It doesn't say. Those fucking idiots. They don't even say.
Okay, so cannabis.
Now they just gave you a virus, Al.
I'm reading an article from Exposing the Truth about cannabis biotech creating a 30-foot marijuana tree.
I've seen pictures of huge ones.
Yeah. 30 feet's the highest I've ever seen. I know of a strain that'll grow 21 feet.
Okay,
Durban poison.
Here from October of 2008, and it says, "Oh, fuck off! No, I'm not doing that fucking age gate shit."
We're gonna Rebel go, Al.
You guys go ahead and look. I'm gonna go back to my doobie and my glass of pop.
30 feet.
Yeah. 30 feet it is.
Yeah. It's a cannabis tree which they call forever buds, and it's capable of growing
almost 10 feet in 2 years. The mother plant is now more than 8 years old, still active and actively producing buds approximately 21 pounds per year and reaches 30 feet.
I think the highest, the largest one that I've stood in front of is probably 9 feet.
Oh no, I've had plants and cut them back, and they still finished at 12 feet.
Wow. What do you do with the stuff that you cut off when you're cutting them back? Do you save it to use in some way?
No, a lot of times I'll just reroot them. So I mean, I was growing Durban poison one time that was probably stretching 6 to 12 inches a week. Actually, probably more than that, because I was cutting off 12 to 18 inches at a time and just throwing that whole branch into root hormone and throwing it into the bag.
Are you guys allowed to use clones, Darcy?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a given.
We're gonna start with seed, go to clone, start a bunch of mother plants, go to clone, and then eventually be all. Most things will be all tissue culture once we get everything else all set up the way that's supposed to go.
Cool. How long will it take you guys to get to the point where you've done your first crop?
To be honest with you, I couldn't even say.
Really, it takes that long to get to that point, eh?
Well, right now it does because we're still waiting for our amendment. So
yeah,
we got to wait and see how long that's going to take.
So once the amendment comes in, look at 3 to 4 months before a crop's finished.
But yet, yes. They're sitting there, and I mean, not everybody, but a lot of people are talking about a cannabis deficit in Canada. Not enough. And yet they've got their restrictions are so tight on LPs, especially how many do you think that are just getting going that are at the same point as you guys, Darcy? That there in another 6 months there's going to be a big boom, isn't there? Because there's probably a few of you guys sitting around at the same point, right? Getting ready to just go.
Oh, guarantee you.
Yeah.
Guarantee you, right? Like a friend of mine got their license back in April, and then they applied for their amendment right away because they just licensed one room like us.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, here 2 weeks ago, he just got his full amendment approved. So now he can do his full building. So now he's getting ready to hire 35 workers.
Wow, eh?
Yeah, because he's getting ready for a trim.
And that's just in the garden, not the offices, not the packing, not the, wow. Like that's it. It's not just I've got an LP, I'm growing weed, and then you guys get it. There's I mean, it's baffling the stuff that goes into getting those little plastic packages with 3 or 4 nugs in it.
Oh, guarantee. Oh, definitely, right?
Crazy. I still haven't tried LP weed.
No?
No, I've seen some, I've smelt some. We just didn't get to the smoking part of it. We were going to sit down and crack open the bottle and do a little thing. And then Officer John and Bob came in and said, you can't do that anymore. So we haven't gotten that far yet.
I bought it, opened it, took pictures of it, and said, ain't no fucking way I'm smoking it.
Who'd you let smoke it?
The rest of them. Other people.
And what did they think?
They understood why I refused to smoke it. This is a good sign. Notice, this is a work-free drug place. This company has zero tolerance policy regarding the use of drugs or alcohol on the job. Let's keep it this way. Okay, so it's a work-free drug place.
Do they allow cannabis use?
Well, they don't allow work. Here, what I'm saying, this is a work-free drug place.
Yes.
They paid for that sign.
Oh, okay.
So you can go do all the drugs you want because you don't have to work there.
I require cannabis being used
In the workplace.
in the workplace.
Mm-hmm.
I require it. So, what are we
And
going?
considering we all work from home,
Pretty much, yep. Although
I think I'll have a dab.
Darcy works out of home now.
I do now. I do.
And,
But Darcy,
Well,
do you have
when
a
we're-
problem? Do you have a problem during the day to go out and smoke a joint?
No, I can go. I can come and go when I please because one, I got a medical license and they're really accommodating to a medical license at work, and two, I just choose to wait until dinner time.
Yeah.
So you medicate
And
in the
then-
morning, and then you go in all day, and you work, and then you go home and medicate again.
Yeah, like most of the time, I don't even go at dinner time anymore. I just medicate in the morning before I leave, take a capsule or two, and go to work, and then usually out between 3 and 5, and take another. When I get home, I smoke a big bowl full, usually hash, or put a little bit of weed in the bowl and put a dab on it, and smoke that, and then smoke a half a joint.
But you could have edibles at work, right?
I could, yes.
Yeah.
I just choose not to. That's just me.
Yeah. I don't know if I could go all day. You know, I think
Mind
that's-
over. I put mind over matter when it comes to these spasms too.
when you are doing stuff and there's people around, you tend to forget about it. Yes, but when you're dealing with specific issues, sometimes you can't.
It's hard, yes.
Like you get spasms that probably twitch all day long that if you were at home, you'd have enough to stop it, but at work maybe you wouldn't. Right?
Well, yeah. Well, this is it. At home, I can. Plus, at home, I can also, if my legs are too bad, I can lay down. Right.
Yeah.
And stretch them at work. At work, I can't lay down and stretch them.
Maybe you need a couch in your office.
Oh, I'm sure. If I asked, well, hey, Brent, if you're listening, we need an office massage therapist.
Or a chiropodist.
Yeah,
What?
Lenny, if you're here too, we need a massage therapist.
Foot doctor.
Yeah. No, I don't think anyone get around anybody's feet at work. I think they all got feet phobias.
Feet
phobia. So I don't think they like people touching their feet.
Yeah, I'm
lot
not
of-
a fan
Smell
of
my
that
finger.
shit.
It's unreal how many people have that phobia.
I don't even
of
want to
feet.
look at my own feet, man.
And a lot of them work in healthcare.
Yeah,
You know,
they do.
I tell you, I was going to see a chiropodist for a little while when I was living up north there, and for some, I have neural pain issues, right, and other issues, and to go and have somebody play with your feet for a half an hour is quite nice, actually.
I love getting a foot massage.
Well, that's really all it is, except for they go to the next level because they're actual doctors. So they're like, hitting the right pressure points. And yeah. It's almost like date night.
Without the dinner.
Hey, you don't need to buy me dinner to massage my feet.
I'm just going to charge you. They're just going to charge you $50.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, I don't have to pay for it. Thank you, OHIP. That's the difference between going to a foot massage place and a chiropodist. Chiropodists bill you on OHIP.
Oh, really?
Yes. Well, because they're doctors. They are foot doctors, right? Like a podiatrist is
Pituitarist.
A what?
A pituitarist.
Isn't that somebody who examines people's pituitaries?
I guess. I don't know. I just made it up.
I'm asking the chat room if there's anybody that wants to massage Al's feet for him.
Is there anybody in the chat room?
Al.
Yeah.
I'm going to come in the chat room and see if anybody takes me up on that, because I'm bored.
It's Hillary.
Oh, it's just okay.
There was somebody else, some nice character, but I think they bailed on us.
Oh, man. You know, that was rude of them.
Well, Jack left. We're not as exciting as Jack.
We must
but
be.
we know Jack.
We do.
But
We do.
That's it.
Jack's a busy boy these days, you know. And you know, in his defense, and hey, lady, you be nice.
Yeah, she don't want to massage her feet either.
Sometimes he'll stay for the whole show and gab with us, and sometimes he can't.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, his food might have been ready for pickup.
No, I can guarantee you that there's a lot of things being faxed to him right now.
Oh yeah,
because I think maybe today might have been the last day. I don't know, for the lottery in Ontario here. So, and I saw forms floating around places, and there's a lot of them. And so, yeah. But to anybody who does get a form in, congratulations and good luck. Did I lose everybody?
No, you didn't lose.
Because now I'm just staring out the window here watching Squirrel de Soleil.
Squirrel de Soleil.
Yeah. I heard somebody go blip.
I heard, what is this?
I don't have gunk on my feet, thank
High
you.
River? Good smeller. Somebody just brought me a nice glass of whiskey and ice.
There you go. They were listening to the show.
Yeah, he needs something. Ooh, that's that High River whiskey stuff.
I didn't get to drink mine.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have gave it away because it's delicious, dude.
I gave it to Lenny, and he said it was delicious. So yes.
Yeah. Because I come in with a glass and I thought, geez, I just drank all the scotch the other night. And then I remembered I still had whiskey left. It was a good call. Now I feel better. Sorry about that. Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm all nice and toasty warm inside now.
All right. So let's listen to another song then.
Another song then.
All right, and then we'll talk.
I never heard of that song, Alan. Another song then.
When we come back, we'll talk about what?
Well, no, I mean, while we're gone, we'll talk about other people, but...
Oh, okay.
I'll talk about some great stuff, Al.
All right. We'll talk about drugs.
Yes.
All right. We'll be back.
So what are you doing?
All right.
Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Legacy 420 has medicinal and recreational products down to a science, literally. With 2 biochemists on staff and a chief scientific advisor, every product is tested in the Legacy 420 laboratory. Legacy 420, Tyndanaga. Open 9 to 9 every day. Visit legacy420.com.
Hey, this is Cheech. And this is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Ooh.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind, thinking I can see through this and see what's behind. Got no way to prove it, so maybe I'm lying. But I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put your blame on me. Don't put your blame on me. Take a look
in the mirror, what do you see? Do you see it clearer, or are you deceived in what you believe? 'Cause I'm only human after all, and you're only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me. Some people got the real problems. Some people out of love. Some people think I can solve them. Lord heavens above, I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. Don't ask my opinion, don't ask me to lie, and beg for forgiveness for making you cry. For making you cry. 'Cause I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put your blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. Oh, some people got the real problems. Some people out of love. Some people think I can solve them. Lord heavens above, I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human. I made mistakes. I'm only human. It's all it takes to put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. 'Cause I'm no prophet or Messiah. You should go looking somewhere higher. I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human. I do what I can. I'm just a man. I do what I can. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me.
We
Sure.
are back. Hey,
And
Deb,
Debbie
get back
le-
here.
Debbie leaves because the break's over. She wants her own break now because we talked about too many people.
Jesus, like what the hell? You give a girl a few months on a show and she gets it all up in her head and everything.
Or she's gone to hit the dab rig again.
Oh, I don't have to go move to do that. I'm just in the kitchen on my computer, and hubby's upstairs watching TV, so I get to do door patrol with 3 animals that always want in and out incessantly when I'm doing this show.
Yeah, ain't that the way it works, Debbie?
That's why I lock
Yeah,
the animals out of
absolutely.
my room and I go to the room and close the door.
Yeah.
I just ignore them.
I don't.
Until Steve comes along and I get to tell him to fuck off.
Poor Steven.
Well, we've got 2 cats that are sisters, and they're 15 and a half, and I think at least one of them's on the verge of dementia. So.
Oh, so you need 2 new kittens, Debbie. I got the perfect thing for you.
You have
Yeah,
kittens, don't
nice,
you?
nice try.
Darcy's an
got
idiot.
new kittens. If anybody wants a kitten, call Darcy.
Call Darcy.
Yes.
He collects them.
He collects them.
Because I would never brought the fucking cat home to begin with.
Do you have a pussy factory over there, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
He's on his second litter.
Holy
Yeah,
buddy.
it's her second.
You need to tell your cat. You need to tell
His-
your fucking cat to wear a condom.
His
She's
cat
13. She's
and
13.
she's a slut.
I figured she'd fucking one of these litters she have. She'd just go for a walk and not come back.
You're hoping.
No.
That's really humane of you.
No, I don't hope that, but that's what I have a fear of that's going to happen. She's 13 years old. How many cats are there having kittens when they're 13 years old?
Not many.
Obviously the slutty ones.
Yours.
Yeah.
That's
mine. Yeah.
Yours.
Yeah.
You wanted a cat.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think Debbie, when she needs to put her other ones down, I think I can help. I think I can fix her up for 2 new kittens.
Give her the crippled one.
No, he grew on me.
Yeah, I knew you were going to keep that one.
He grew on me because
He's just like you.
Yes, he is. He's a little slow and he eats everything.
And
the cat eats ketchup chips.
And he's a gimp.
Yes, and he's a gimp, just like me.
And I guess he's got a good attitude too.
Does he have a little wheelchair too?
No, all it fucking does is sleep. I don't sleep all the time, but that's all the cat does is sleep. I never seen a cat shit so much in all my life.
So it eats and shits.
And plays. It wants to play with you constantly.
But imagine how much work it is trying to walk like that.
Doesn't even bother him, man. He doesn't even slow him down at all. Fur down, I guess.
It doesn't know better.
Yeah, it don't. It's like it grew with. Well, I suppose it did. So, but yeah. So no, I ended up finding the other kittens the other day when I was pulling out some males.
Back when he didn't believe me when I told him there was kittens there.
Yeah, and then I pulled out some males and heard them. So then she took them from out underneath the back deck and took them to the front deck and put them underneath the front doorstep. She tried to get them in the house, but that was a no-no. And I found out today that they eat hard food, so 2 of them are going to be gone over the weekend. So then I just got 3 more left. So I figure they'll go pretty quick.
How many were there?
5.
Wow.
She had 5 this time. She had 6 last time, but 1 died during birth, so she ended up having 5, and they all went pretty quick. Seems like
except for one.
Yeah, people want cats, and it's weird, but stray cats make really nice kittens. And then they turn out to be really nice cats.
I had a stray cat named Patches who was my best friend. He would walk down the street with me, go into the store, wait for me. Yep. I'd take him for a walk to the park. He'd walk along the fence lines, you know. He was a weird guy, and then I think he was so friendly that somebody just walked up to him and took him.
Yeah, that's what I have a funny. That's what I have a funny feeling is going to happen to my kittens.
One day he was just gone. Where'd Patches go? You know. So.
You should put a big sign out and just put a sign saying "Free kittens." You catch them, they're yours.
Yeah. It's like they're like Pokemon. You gotta catch them all.
Yeah, but it's curb and gutter. Once you got her, you got to leave.
Once it hits the curb, you got her. Yeah. So, but so other than that, that's what I was doing. That's what I was doing the other day when I was pulling males. I ended up finding them. So now I'm just waiting for a couple more plants to sex outside because I realized that.
Wait a minute. Your plants were giving away free kittens?
My plants were giving away free kittens. Yes.
Awesome.
5 of them.
They were trying to distract Darcy so he wouldn't notice the males that were hiding in the midst, I suspect.
That's what it was, Deb. That's exactly what it was. But I still got a couple out there that won't sex, and I figured out why. It's because when you live in town, anyone that grows in town got to realize that if you grow outdoors, make sure you put your plants out of the sight or out of the line of the street lights.
Yeah.
Because they will not sex.
Well, of course not.
Because
they won't flower.
They won't flower because the light's still shining on them. And people were like, "What? Really?" Well, my yard's kind of dark, but it's still your yard's going to be almost pitch black.
That's a good tip because I would have never known that.
Yeah. No, the street lights. So I have to go out my yard and when it was dark out the other night and strategically place my plants so I know the tree blocks the street light, so they're dark, but in the daytime they still get enough sun so they can be a plant and not some spindly little fucking beanpole.
And they're still getting 14 hours of sun. Or 14 hours of light.
Yes, that too.
Right now.
Yeah. So, but
I would say another week they should all be sexed. I've been going to somebody's and helping them, and same thing. There's still a few that aren't showing yet.
And then also getting busy because getting ready to harvest my room. So it's about time. there's a lot of bud there this time because I hooked up an awesome light. I got rid of my LED. LED is great for what it was designed for, but high pressure sodium, I don't care what anyone says, man. You can never change. You can try to change somebody, but they'll always go back.
And this was the guy that was adamant that LED is the best way to go 3 years ago.
No.
Yes, you were.
No, I'm saying yes, but I'm saying no because I've tried, tested, and through it, and seen how warranties work with LEDs. I've seen how customer service works with LEDs. I've seen a lot of things with LEDs.
But more so, you've seen the difference in the amount and quality of the pot.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man!
Right?
I got a sugar factory in there now.
So that whole time I was telling you that you're wasting your time?
Well, I wasn't wasting my time. I still got quality bud out of there. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
It's just I'm gonna for a lot less, for a little more money, I'm gonna get a way better quality.
Mm. Right? And quantity. You can't knock the quantity either.
No. Well, you know me, Marcel. I don't grow great plants.
Yeah, but I'd rather
grow good bud.
Right. I don't mean wasting your time by growing under LED. I mean wasting your time testing those LEDs when we all knew that they wouldn't be the answer for commercial operation.
No. You need master pursuits. I don't care what anyone says. Those lights are the cat's ass. Everyone will say, well, no, my light's the best. Well, I like this light. It's proven itself. I've seen products that was grown under it. They prove themselves.
I use metal halide and high pressure sodium. I don't have complaints.
And where else can you get 1,000 watt ceramic metal halide? Nowhere. They're the only ones that have it.
Yeah.
Or you can make an 815.
Yeah.
Or you can make a 630.
Or the 315.
Or you can just have a 315 and take one bulb out.
Bingo.
Yep. What?
Said bingo.
Yep.
What
bingo. Yeah, nothing.
So did you get a judge's pack this year for Karma Cup, Al?
No, not yet. Anyways, no.
Oh.
Do you think you're getting one?
Don't know. It's not something you really ask for. So.
No, it's a surprise.
Yeah. No, I know that. I mean, because I know you've got them in the past, right?
I was a guest judge last year. Yeah, whether or not I'll get that again this year, I don't know. No, it's an event that I really enjoy going to, though. So I enjoy going and hanging out and seeing what's what. Wait.
So you're right in Toronto now, are you, Al?
Yep. But I'm in Hamilton 3 days a week.
Oh, okay.
So,
you got WWE taking over your city this weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they're taking over the convention center where Lyft was.
Is Hulk Hogan coming? I'm kidding,
yes.
Of course. Is he really?
No, he is. Yes. He's signing autographs. All the legends, most of the legends will be there. They're down on corner of Front down on Front Street in the convention center.
The ones that are still alive.
What they're doing like a WWE, like a convention this weekend or something, or is there an event?
It's SummerSlam.
SummerSlam. Okay. So but they're doing the SummerSlam at the Sky Dome, right?
No, SummerSlam is in where the Leafs play.
Okay, at the Scotia
Bank Center.
Yeah.
So the way it works is it's what they call WWE All Access.
So that's where they go and hang out for like a convention style event.
Yeah, so you can go get pictures with them, buy merchandise, see all the wrestlers.
They don't have the venue to do that at the Scotiabank?
No, Jesus, not big enough.
Really? Yeah, I've never been in there.
Me neither, but apparently it's not big enough. They're taking over all 3 floors. I know that.
Oh wow!
It started today and it ends Sunday.
Wow!
So you got a lot of people in your city. I would have liked to have been there just to I'd like to meet Vince.
I'm going.
The guy's almost 80 and he's jacked like crazy.
We're gonna have to when we go to see Chris Stapleton at Ontario Place at Budweiser stage. It's on the second day of the CNE. So we're gonna have fun getting down there.
Not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after that, on the 20th, you got Slipknot playing the Budweiser Amphitheater. They brought Knotfest to Toronto this year.
I've noticed that there's a lot of those festival style concerts going on down at Ontario Place this year.
Yeah,
a lot of bands are getting together and going out on tour together.
They are,
which is really cool. I mean, last year I saw Robert Plant and Sheryl Crow, and
you got to see Stone Sour.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and Stone Sour.
So this year, Corey Taylor's coming back to that amphitheater, but playing with Slipknot.
Oh, okay. So that's his
other band.
Okay, I get you. Well, I'm seeing the Who there on the 3rd of September. There will be mushrooms that day, I guarantee you.
That'll be an awesome show.
Yes, I hope so.
I hope so too, but I honestly think that'll be a good show.
I'm just waiting to see how long it takes Roger Daltrey to say, "Hey, put that out. I can't be around that. I'm allergic." That's what he says. I mean, he's been very boisterous at several concerts in Canada, telling people to put out the pot because he can't sing when people are smoking it.
Wow.
Yep. So, are you guys?
Because he got high.
Because he got high. Because he got high.
I can't wait for Australian Pink Floyd to come back to Nova Scotia.
We have one here. We have a Pink Floyd tribute band here.
Yeah, I like Australian Pink Floyd, man, because they're almost
perfect.
Oh, it's hard to distinguish. A real, true, die-hard Pink Floyd fan like Marcel or somebody could likely tell the difference in the voices, but you'd have to really listen.
I'm going to listen to some Australian Pink Floyd.
Yes, you do that. Listen to.
Listen later, yeah.
Yeah, the challenge has been issued, right?
It sure sounds like it.
Yes,
we'll play some next week. How's that? We'll sit here and we'll have an Australian Pink Floyd listening party next week.
Australian Pink Floyd. Oh, wow. Tickets on sale for all dates.
They're coming to Nova Scotia?
I don't know.
Hopefully soon again. It's been a while.
Well, let's look at Aussie Floyd tour dates. Ticketmaster. Canada, US, Britain. 2019 World Tour. The Australian Pink Floyd Show, I'll Let You Feel, 2020 World Tour. All right. Canada.
Did we already listen to Rag and Bones, man?
All right. Windsor, Ontario. Toronto, Ontario. Yeah. Toronto, Ontario, 10th of October, Al. At Casino Rama.
No, thanks.
Oh, you don't like Casino Rama or you don't like Pink Floyd?
I don't have the money to be doing that.
Oh, I didn't tell you how much they were yet.
About $78.
Casino Rama. Oh, they're only doing 4 places.
See, they when they come, they played the Marigold in here.
Buy tickets. Let's see how much they are.
That was a couple of years ago.
Ticket price may fluctuate in demand at any time. All right. Tickets start at $52. $52.25, which is $45 plus the $7.25 fees, including taxes.
PJ.
So, $52 a ticket for sitting on the nosebleed section.
That's not so bad. I mean,
the most expensive tickets are $298.
You can get some good, like, I don't mind going and sitting on the grass at Budweiser. You know, it brings me back to the old forum days at Ontario Place. And the sound is just as good back there as it is up closer, you know, so. And it's more comfortable. You can bring your own chair. So, Darcy.
Yes.
Do you have some tips for us? Some more tips for us?
Yeah,
Just the tip. Just the tip, Darcy. Just the tip.
That's what she said.
And then she didn't realize that the tip was the whole thing.
You had to finish that, didn't you?
Yeah, well, maybe.
Is it hot there today?
Not too bad.
We were supposed to get thunderstorms, and they all went just above us through New Brunswick and PEI instead, so we kind of lucked in.
I play it now and then, Hillary. Okay, we'll add it for next week. There's a conversation going on about lights in the chat room.
About lights.
Yes.
I can't see the chat room.
You need to get a computer.
I got to get more technologically advanced. Yes, I do have.
Technology.
Well, another tip is right now where it's a little humid outside and people's plants are starting to flower. And if you're a person that don't pick a lot of your leaf off because you think it hurts your plants, well, it really doesn't. But if you're going to leave it on there, you shouldn't. But if you do,
let me ask you a question and see if I've learned something. Okay, when you get to a certain plant point of your plant, when you pick off the leaves that are going yellow, you're making more room for air to flow through, and you're stressing the plant, and you're giving it a reason to keep going.
Correct.
Question. Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, you're picking it off to let more airflow. That is true. The more airflow, the better, because then you're not going to get problems with molds and mildews.
Yes.
But what you're also doing is you're not growing leaf, you're growing bud.
That's right.
So you're picking up, you do not just pick off the yellow leaves, you're picking off a lot of green leaves too.
But that's one reason for doing Sea of Green as well, right?
Yes. Well, okay. Sea of Green is mostly just one bud, one
just
center cola.
Yeah.
One center cola. Maybe you might get a plant that's a little branchy and got a side branch or two on it, but most of them are one big center cola that weighs 20 to a 40 gram bud.
Wow.
Right. I seen some buds of Rockstar last night when I was out at a buddy's place pressing some rosin, and one bud in the bag weighed 25 grams.
Is that like a lot of growers don't like to do it that way for, you know?
No, but these buds were.
Is there a difference?
I break mine down because I don't trust people, and if they take it home and they store it or misstore it improperly, then it ends up molding, and then they're yelling at you or something because you give a couple friends a bud or two and say, here, take this home. Well, they improperly store it and it turns to mold. Well, they're going to come back and yell at you. So
you got to remember that big heavy bud also had probably 5 or 6 grams of stalk.
Yes.
Right. I don't like the big buds. I prefer small buds.
I prefer half gram to 1 gram buds.
Yep, smaller stalks on them, which is less wastage. You don't smoke your stalks.
A 1 gram bud's a nice bud, man. I find that's a nice joint. For me, that's a joint in a bowl and a bowl.
Yeah, and it's also a 1 gram bud. The stalk is fine enough to be put through your grinder and you wouldn't notice it. But it's not like
it's covered in crystal too. So
I mean, look at the size of some of the buds that I've had, and you pull the stalk out, and it's a massive amount of stalk.
Yeah, but the one strain I've seen after it was grown, I've seen the bud on it that I know someone had, and that's GMO, and it has no stalk at all in it.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest plant. It grows super big bud, but very little stalk. So you got to support them.
A few years ago, we had, well, actually, it's quite a few years ago. It's probably almost 10 years ago. We had a strain here called Elephant.
Yep.
And it was massive. And I actually have a picture of a 12-inch bud.
They're still growing, Marcel.
Oh, I know. But, I mean, the whole thing weighed,
The only
when
thing with that,
when I got it, it weighed close to a quarter pound.
yeah.
Wow.
But the stalk, the stalk in it was almost an ounce.
The bud. The only thing about that strain I don't like is it's overhyped.
Oh, it is way overhyped.
They said they keep saying that it's a 36% strain. I'd be lucky if it tested in at 25.
Whoever said that it was a 36?
Who do you think? I know names mentioned, but who do you think?
On Elephant?
Yeah. Who grows
I don't
it?
think
Who around us grows it a lot?
I don't know anybody that grows it anymore. Like I say, I haven't seen it in 10 years.
Oh, well, you two people one person that you visit quite a bit grows it, and
Yeah.
the person that he got it from grows it quite a bit. He lives in New Brunswick. Actually, he lives in Amherst.
Oh, really?
Yes.
And he's growing Elephant here?
Yes, outdoors. Along with R2. now you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, it doesn't matter then.
So,
Yeah,
but yeah.
I'll still go without. I mean, I was never a fan of the strain to begin with.
This
But
is it.
For people that like big, fat buds, sure, go for it.
No, you want an awesome indoor strain and an awesome outdoor strain, and I'm proving it this year. Is Grimace, man. That Grimace. You can grow it in a heavy rainy year, or you can grow it in a hot dry year, and it still performs.
I proved it outdoors, and this year I've already harvested it. Now it's curing for the indoors.
Yeah, and I'm cutting my indoor here this week, and I'll be cutting my outdoor in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Are you able to get 2 rounds out of a summer indoor?
I can if I grow autos.
Indoors or outdoors?
Indoor.
Well, what do you mean 2 rounds in the summer? Why? If you're going to grow indoors, better do it in the wintertime.
Yeah, don't do what I did.
You grow it in the summertime, then you have to air condition everything because it's going to get too hot for your grow.
Yeah. And
Grow
then
in the wintertime, take advantage of the cold, and then use your lights for your heating, or the majority of your heating.
Okay. Nova Scotia Power likes people like me that grow in the summer.
Yeah. Outdoors, you can do 2 crops outdoors, depending on the summer. If you're doing auto flowers,
I am getting 2 crops of autoflower outdoor this summer.
Yeah.
I'm cutting my first one tomorrow, and my other one is they're 3 weeks old now, and they're growing way faster. They almost caught up to the ones that already budded out.
Yeah.
I learned another lesson with autoflowers too, is to wait until about the 17th of July to plant them. If you want to start them inside, like the 1st of July, go for it. But don't put them outdoors until about the 17th of July, and put them right into the ground, or put them into a 10-gallon bucket. And they'll just crank. I planted some outside in May. The end of May, when we started getting that warm weather, and they did nothing like the other ones did, because they like that heat. They like that heat of the summer.
Well, it's a matter of the soil temperature.
That's it too. And your nighttime temperature. They prefer a temperature above 15 degrees at night.
Right.
Well, I was going to say they like the cool too, right?
Yeah.
So this is why I grow outdoor in pots on black, because then it heats up the soil underneath, so that at night the soil, at least in your pots, can get heat. The other problem is all the roots go right through the bottom.
Yeah, and right into the ground. And if you don't have landscape fabric on the ground, you end up pulling the plant out. And
that's why you use black.
And then you'll look at the plant and say, why is that drooping? It's soaking, wringing wet. Well, you just disturbed the root system, so you shocked it.
Yeah. No, the easiest thing to do is put it on a black garbage bag.
Yeah, I got one plant outside that did that. I didn't think I drilled the holes that big in the bottom of the bucket. I thought I only made them like an eighth of an inch and drilled a whole bunch of them, but apparently I drilled them bigger. So.
Do you know where I put my holes? On the sides of the bucket.
That's what I did in all my. That's what I did in all my big. I got two 220-liter storage totes out there, and that's what I did with them.
Yeah, put them on the side. And that way, you always maintain a little bit of moisture in the bottom of the pot.
I got tomatoes in one of them, and I got my weed. I got my plants in another one, and holy God, I'm glad I planted my tomatoes because they're massive out there, and they got clusters of crazy pile of tomatoes on them.
Good, I know where I'm coming.
No, I got tons of tomatoes and cucumbers. I counted 24. I counted 24 cucumbers today on my 5 vines.
Wow. You got pumpkin too? Pumpkin?
No, I didn't plant no pumpkins. I planted beans and peas, and my friend's dog, God love her to death. She feels so bad, but she come over to visit, and because my dog and her dog, they play together. Well, they were left outside in the backyard. And yeah, well, let's just say that her dog decided that it wanted to go dig.
You know
what? It dug right in the center of the vegetable garden. And I mean, she didn't know. Maxine, my friend didn't know any better, and she felt so bad about it. And it's not her fault, right? It is what it is, right?
It's a stupid dog's fault.
I took Buster over to a friend's place, and they had just gotten all their landscaping done. And he went out in the morning. I let him out in the backyard to take a tinkle, and I went out to find him, and he was digging in the garden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, mind you, if I was out at my grandfather's and that dog was digging in his garden, whew,
He'd be shot.
I don't know if he'd be shot, but I can guarantee you he wouldn't be happy. It wouldn't be a happy dog.
Wow.
Right. My grandpa is 87 years old, and the guy prides himself on his vegetable gardens every year. I was out last week and got a feed of beet greens and a feed of potatoes, and they were delicious.
Cool.
I'm waiting for a feed of yellow beans because that's what I like the most out of a garden. Yellow beans.
Yellow beans.
Yeah, yellow beans.
Yellow beans.
Yellow beans.
I like yellow and green beans together.
I prefer yellow.
I was next door checking out their garden, and I saw a row of peppers. And I looked down and I said, "What are you growing peppers?" I said, "You've got jalapeno and green peppers." I said, "Why are you growing those?" He said, "Oh, those are for you guys because you didn't plant any this year, so I grew them for you."
Nice.
Right on. So I'm gonna take all the jalapenos and smoke them and turn them into chipotle.
Ooh.
Chipotle pepper. All chipotle pepper is a jalapeno that's been smoked and dried.
Oh, it's like smoked and then dried right out,
jalapeno.
ground up dust.
Well, if you want angry jalapeno, then you use something different than a jalapeno because jalapeno is not that angry.
No, you use like a ghost pepper.
Yeah, I don't
Smoke a ghost pepper and tell people that it's chipotle.
Holy fuck. It wouldn't be so bad if you pulled all the seed and the vein out.
Yeah.
I think we're going to take another break and listen to some Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
There you go.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And don't forget, you do have a request for a song from your number one fan.
Yeah, and I said I would play it next week because it doesn't go with the flow this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hold you to that song.
This is Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Mary Jane's Last Dance. We'll be right back. It's the 420 Radio Show.
The girl of your dreams has got to be in some bar.
Sorry, boys and girls, but this is X-rated. So if you're under 18...
Get out, goddammit! Get the point? Good.
And now?
Bend over.
Y'all ready for this?
We do it all night long.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
introduced and we both started grooving. She said, I dig you, baby, but I got to keep moving on. Keep moving on. Last dance with Mary Jane. One more time to kill the pain. I feel summer creeping in and I'm tired of this town again. Well, I don't know, but I've been told you never slow down, you never grow old. I'm tired of screwing up, I'm tired of going down, I'm tired of myself, I'm tired of this town. Oh my, oh hell yes. Honey, put on that party dress, buy me a drink, sing me a song, take me as I come, cause I can't stay long. Last dance with Mary Jane, one more time to kill the pain. I feel summer creeping in and I'm tired of this town again. There's pigeons down on Market Square. She's standing in her underwear, looking down from a hotel room. The nightfall will be coming soon. Oh my, oh hell yes. You got to put on that party dress. It was too cold to cry when I woke up alone. I hit my last number, I walked to the road. Last dance with Mary Jane, one more time to kill the pain. I feel summer creeping in and I'm tired of this town again.
And guess what? We're back.
Welcome back. We're so glad that you came back with us.
Yeah, thank you for listening.
All right, we were talking about a strain called Code Black.
The what?
We were just talking about a strain when we were off air.
Yes,
about a strain called Code Black.
Code Black. Okay.
That Darcy told me I had to look it up. So my question to Darcy is, how cushy does it taste?
Not really cushy. It smells more cushy than it tastes.
But it's got that cush smell.
It's more gassy. It's really gassy, Marcel. Gassy and pungent.
It was basically it's blackberry crossed with OG.
Yeah, it's more pungent than anything.
Yeah.
I find it super pungent.
Because I like blackberry, but I don't know about crossing blackberry with a kush. Any kush, let alone OG.
It's developed by the breeder called bredby42.com. That's his name.
Yeah, 42.
Bredby42. Yeah. So if you go on Neptune Seeds, you'll see it. He also has a strain called Eskimo Cookies, which I've been looking at, and I might actually pick that strain up.
Cool.
And then he also my strain that I've always wanted to try and never really got to try it yet, but I'm gonna buy the seeds and grow it up myself, and that's pink panties.
Why?
There it is, cold black.
I was gonna say I've tried to grow some pink panties before, but that sounded really weird, so I didn't want to say it.
See, so its lineage is form. It's the form cut of Girl Scout cookie.
That's what I have in my device.
Yeah.
And Blackberry OG. So it's a 75-25 indica sativa strain.
Ooh.
What's that one?
That's the Code Black.
No, the Code Black from Neptune Seeds is Blackberry crossed with OG.
Not the one I'm looking at right now. For $100 for 10 seeds.
Oh, that's the one I'm looking at.
It says lineage form cut Girl Scout cookie crossed with Blackberry OG.
And herein lies the issue of strains, if they're really the right strain or not, right?
Well, and this is the one that I've been laughing about. People have been growing Gorilla Glue number 4. And the first question I ask them is, did it come from seed or clone? And they tell me seed. And Gorilla Glue number 4 was never seed. It was a clone-only strain.
Was it?
Yeah.
It was a clone-only strain. And it was sorry, Marcel, sorry to cut you off. And it was only given to a select few people of the original breeder.
Exactly. So the Gorilla Glue number 4, the real Gorilla Glue number 4 is a very limited strain. But what happened is somebody crossed it, and they called it GG4.
Yes, which I've had.
Right, and if you look it up, it says Gorilla Glue number 4 crossed with an unknown indica male. Right? So, but these people are buying this GG4 thinking they're growing the true Gorilla Glue number 4, and I think it's great.
There is somebody in Nova Scotia that has Gorilla Glue number 4.
And it didn't come from seeds.
No, and we're fortunate enough to actually get to taste some of that pot, and that it was amazing.
It is. The real Gorilla Glue number 4 is
super
heads
stinky.
and heels
You
better
gotta put,
than GG4.
And you got to put it in like 6 Ziploc bags.
Yeah, it's a little stinky.
Oh, is it ever stinky, man?
Actually,
it's super gassy.
I should get some and put it in my backpack and see how well that backpack really works.
I had a nug of crap.
A nug of crap?
Was it from the dog?
Gelato.
Oh, okay.
Gelato. It was really nice. Yeah.
I am rolling right now, Al, a bud of Rockstar to be exact.
I like Rockstar.
This Rockstar here that I got last night was done very well. It burns a super clean white ash, and I think it was cut perfectly.
Cool.
For my specs, I think it was cut perfectly. I got to throw that in there because I like things a little more. I'm that guy that lets that plant go an extra day or two.
He likes all of that CBN shit.
Are you that guy that will stand there and wait for that last frost, even though that could fuck up your tree?
Yep. I want that extra little bit of CBN in it, Al, because when
I have
it cures,
a few guerrilla grower friends that are like that. They'll wait until they'll camp out, okay, and wait for the last fucking second, as long as they can keep it out there. I mean, they've been out there in snowfall. You know what I mean?
Well, quality nowadays is everything, because with everybody growing cannabis out there on the market, and a lot of this shit going around, and websites like you got websites like online dispensaries like Fair Canacare and Ganja Group and Cheap Buds and all these other ones that are selling bud for $2.50, $3 a gram.
Yep.
So obviously, quality people don't care about quality. So if everybody else don't care about quality, then the grower's not going to care about quality. All he's going to care about is the dollar. So therefore, I got to be the one that's got to worry about quality in my own smoke.
Well, I mean, typically most people that are growing anything good are growing it medically, I would think.
Well, yes.
Right.
There is a few. There is a few rec growers out there right now that are pretty big that grow some pretty amazing bud because they care about what they're putting out there. Because
Well,
they care
yeah,
about
I mean,
their
like,
name.
that was my point. I mean, but still, legal or illegal, there has to be some standard of bud there that people go by, and there is unwritten rules, obviously, but some people don't. They just produce this shit, throw it out the back door, and sell it. They really don't give a shit about it,
It's just like in the legal world where you got banker weed.
Yeah.
Right? They don't care what the weed's like. They say, "Oh, we want quality, quality, quality." No, they don't. They just want the dollar.
Yep. And that's my
gotta
point.
Keep that. They got to keep that public entity happy. Right?
I want to know how many of them are selling R2.
One, I know Organigram is.
Oh, yeah. That would be a given. But I wonder who else is selling it.
I don't know who else is.
Or even just M39.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Because, I mean, you can't get a faster turnaround crop than that crap.
Well, no.
Sorry, Charles, no offense.
Grow it out properly, and you'll likely have a pretty amazing strain.
Yeah, but not for the recreational world.
Oh, no, not for recreational, no.
Smoke it for 3 days, you can't get a buzz off of it anymore.
No, this is it too, Marcel. This is it too.
But it was a nice, fast turnaround crop. Might be something good for medical, though, for just extracted all the oil.
I don't know. I know it'd be a good senior strain.
But, I mean, if you're not going for the buzz.
That's what I mean. It'd be an awesome senior strain.
Yeah.
Right? It'd be like the stuff they used to smoke back in the day.
Well, let me see if I can get some M39 seeds.
You can buy them. Montreal Seed Bank.
Seriously? Still?
Yeah. Whether or not they're original, whether or not they're true, that's a different question, but they have them on there. Because they also have Friesland on there. I was going to pick up some Friesland seeds and see if they were true Friesland.
Yeah, whether or not they're true.
Because if it was true Friesland, I'd like to use it as a breeding tool because it's super fast and it handles the frost like crazy. So if you get that first early frost, the end of August, 1st of September, like we usually do them freak frosts.
Yeah.
That Friesland could take that frost, right?
Yeah. I don't think we have to worry about early frost this year. I think we have more worry about early hurricanes.
Yeah, there's a lot of them blowing around down in there.
Yeah.
I saw a picture of a double tube tornado.
Cyclone.
Was it a cyclone?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that was like,
That
wow.
was insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to global warming.
Yeah, I was just going to say so much for global warming, eh?
Yeah. Oh,
it's because of global warming.
Of course it is.
But global warming is not because of burning fossil fuels.
There are some people out there that aren't allowing you to even speak about global warming. So.
Hey, don't you know that global warming is just a farce? It's just a government money grab?
Well, yeah, it is,
no. What they're doing to fight global warming is a money grab and a farce. Global warming is a natural occurrence because the Earth goes through cycles of ice age and a hot age.
But
we're just
out of the ice age.
But there's been a lot going on up north around the polar ice cap, and it's melted because of this heat that we've been getting. So,
right,
stupid humans
which is a normal cycle for the planet.
Yes,
this has done this for millions and millions of years.
I'm sure. We're just the stupid humans that are here now that are like, oh no, we can stop this.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, the Earth. We're gonna have another big earthquake in California and BC. We're gonna have another.
Pardon?
We just
they did have one. But I mean, a big one.
I've been seeing pop-ups for earthquakes all over the world lately. So
What,
Because
earthquakes?
There's more and more people on the
and
earth.
volcanoes erupting and forest fires and the polar ice caps are melting faster than ever.
It's because there's more people on the earth, Al.
There was a heat like a bank of heat that sat above Greenland or something like that, and it melted more ice than it's ever been melted in this time of year, I guess, or whatever. So it's craziness. But yet, some people are still trying to tell people that it's not happening.
Natural occurrence. I agree with Marcel on that. I watch enough science shows and listen to enough science podcasts to understand.
The emissions are not helping.
No, of course not. But I understand enough to sift through the true and the not true, right? You sift through the data and you take out of it what you will. But that's what I do when I listen to that stuff.
I disagree. Be gone. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, over the last day, there have been 50 earthquakes that measure 2.5 plus.
Wow.
With this biggest one is what, a 5.4.
There was like an 8.6 recently somewhere.
Not on this map. Not in the last day. It wasn't.
No, within the last few days or a week. The coast of Vancouver was a big one, and there was another one just off the coast of Fukushima that they're worried about.
Right, that was a 6.3.
Okay, maybe that's.
But that was a few days ago. But this list is only showing me the recent ones, which is the last day. There's literally earthquakes every day.
Oh yeah, sure.
Right, and the majority of them.
There's been a few active volcanoes that really haven't been active that have gotten really active lately as well.
Oh yeah. It's just normal shifting of the planet. Don't forget this landmass that you live on used to be all part of one giant landmass that everything was connected to.
And then the water and all the ice started to melt and just separated apart, and it broke apart from big earthquakes, and now we got what we got.
Al lives in what would have been an ocean.
Whoop whoop. I'd like to be under the sea.
Yeah, but that was all ocean where you were at one point.
I heard a giggle from Deb. She's back.
I'm here.
She never left. She's just sitting there going on, I think I'm too high for this conversation.
Yeah. I could only wish.
Deb understands this all too real because she was living it here a couple weeks ago. So
China had a 5.2.
The flooding in Ontario of late is crazy.
Toronto's going to be underwater here soon.
There have been several over the summer. There have been several times where the lakeshore has been flooded out. They've had to close the lakeshore, right? Like around Ontario Place, yeah.
Because there's no beach.
Not around Ontario Place, no, but on each side of Ontario Place there's beach. But apparently the water came right up onto the grass. Around Sunnyview.
I know what you mean. Pool. Yeah.
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 Yeah, it's crazy, man. Well, I mean, I see Tim Barnhart posts pictures all the time of the level of the lake on his property, because he's right on Lake Ontario, I guess, or on a river, and it's wow.
Hey, Dad.
There was a big concert that was canceled because the event space is underwater.
Wow.
Yep.
Hey, Deb.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Can we have a recap of Harvest Fest? How'd it go?
It went well. Everybody seemed to have a great time. We had an awesome crew of vendors, some amazing bands, great weather. A little too great on Saturday. It was hotter than the hinges of an oven door cooking a turkey.
I'm still peeling skin off.
I had a burn on my calves and it turned into a heat rash, and it just started to peel a couple of days ago.
Yeah, my shoulders were just totally burnt.
Yeah, it was warm.
Absolutely, it was warm. But
Somebody
no, all in
say-
all, it was a great weekend.
It rained here most of the weekend, on and off.
Yeah, we didn't. We got to see rain at the end of the weekend.
Did you?
Yeah.
So there was less
Yeah,
rain
you
than we
saw
got
it
last
on.
year?
You saw it on your drive home. There were several of us caught in the field in the last 20 minutes of trying to pack things up, and it just poured.
Did you get stuck?
Nope.
We had cars stopped in the middle of the highway, like just bumper to bumper traffic, nobody moving. Cars off the road because they hydroplaned off the road. It was unreal how hard that rain came down and how fast.
There was flooding along the highway there last week, along the QEW somewhere.
Yeah.
Mississauga, I think, area. Yeah, one of the entrances, the entrance ramp, flooded out, and people were actually trying to drive through it. That was about a week ago.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. I was sitting out at almost at the road, but Chris had the U-Haul unloading some things into our container, and it was, still absolutely pouring down rain, and Jay Frost comes up from the field in his van and hops out and starts helping Chris. He was sort of the monkey in the middle between Chris and whoever was in the container, passing things back and forth. And he comes across a mannequin that Tabitha had brought for us to display some of our shirts on. And here he is out waltzing in the pouring rain with this bloody mannequin. It was absolutely hilarious.
Right on. Oh, everybody I talked to had a blast. They loved it.
Awesome.
They all want to come back again next year.
I was just going to say, until next year. Until next year.
Yeah, but all the ones that said they were coming back last year didn't come back.
Huh.
Maybe because it was too warm for them.
I would have been miserable.
Yeah, so yeah, it was miserable hot. Especially during the day. But on the bright side is one of the vendors brought a slushy machine.
Oh, did you make medicated slushies?
Yeah. Well, when they came and I said, "You're selling slushies," he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Non-medicated?" He said, "No, medicated." I said, "No, you're going to sell more non-medicated than you will medicated." And they did about 3 times as many non-medicated is what they sold.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it was just so hot.
Oh.
I mean, people are already high. They don't need to get higher. They want to get cool. I had the same issue one year with ice cream when people were coming up wanting to know if I had unmedicated ice cream just so they could cool off. Of course not.
So, yeah, it sounds like it was a nice weekend, and everybody, no injuries, no issues.
Yeah.
Nothing major.
Yeah, nothing major.
The usual, right?
Yeah. Chris didn't break any ribs, so that was a plus.
No, I broke mine here. So.
Yeah.
Well,
No, it's all in all, it was actually a really good weekend and a lot of fun.
Cool beans.
It was just Saturday night was a good night because it cooled off enough that people could actually be comfortable listening to the music and stuff.
I was going to ask about the music.
We had music, lots of it.
We did.
It was good.
I really enjoyed Bob Cajun on Friday night.
Yeah, they were good. No, I had no complaints about. Oh no, my only complaint about the music was Thursday night's music.
Thursday.
Yeah, the band was setting up. It was a rough night for music.
But it made the music worthwhile the rest of the weekend.
It did, yeah. You know how it's like a band rehearsal and somebody starts playing a really good lick off of a tune and they're getting right into it and then all of a sudden they just stop and go to something else?
Yeah.
It was a lot of that and that really sucked.
They were tuning everything in.
Yeah. Or just dicking around, farting around, whatever.
Well, that's good. And on that note, is there anything else anybody else wants to add? I didn't think
we
so.
have festivals coming up and fundraisers coming up.
And fundraisers.
Absolutely. Next Saturday at the Bedford Legion from 12 to 4, Mom is holding a summer bazaar and fundraiser on behalf of pharmacists who had both locations raided last Thursday, and 4 people were arrested and went for what I'm seeing is being referred as a sleepover arrest because they were all detained overnight thanks to Halifax City Police. So we're putting on a fundraiser to help give them a little bit of a leg up because it's at least the 4th, 5th time that they've been raided, and it was certainly a very, very substantial hit. And the following weekend, we will be in
Shubenacadie.
Yes. In Indian Brook on the reserve at an event called Archie Fest that the dispensary in Indian Brook are putting on to assist one of their community members who isn't able to return to the community due to an accident. He needs to have, I believe, a proper wheelchair to assist him with mobility, and as well he needs a house to live in. So they're putting on a 3-day festival with music. It's 420 friendly, held on the reserve. So there will be actually RCMP there as security, which will be a different experience.
Yeah. So everybody's protected on the reserve.
Yeah.
And it's going to coincide with their annual Indigenous ball tournament. So there's going to be roughly 3,500 people there anyways for the ball tournament, as well as everybody that's coming for Archie Fest. So this is going to be a very large amount of people.
You going out, Marcel?
I'm going to go for at least a day. I don't know about camping over yet. Just depends on how everything else goes. My life is still up in the air, Darcy Pittman.
Yes, I know this. I know this.
Yeah.
It'll soon be. You'll soon hopefully be grounded.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, we'll see how busy I am or what country I'm in at the time.
Well, this is it. This is it.
So yeah, that's what's going to happen around here.
Cool. We've got Karma Cup at the end, the beginning of September, 7th and 8th here in Toronto.
So you're going to go to Karma Cup this year?
Yes. Yes.
and wander around and talk to us and stuff again?
Sure. Ira's going to come with me, and Mary Jane's going to come with me.
Cool.
So, yep, we'll be there.
Nice.
I took a picture of my cushion for Mary Jane, but I didn't like it, so I didn't post it yet. So I'm going to take another one.
Larry's still under house arrest.
Carl's in the bedroom.
Oh, and I was remiss to mention that Peace East has been turned into an urban takeover, and it's an evening of music at Men's and Molly's on Gottingen Street, and that happens tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Starting at 10 p.m., I believe, and there's supposed to be Chris and Jess are both supposed to be roasted at some point during the evening.
Wow.
That could be interesting.
That could actually make it worth going to. Yeah. I mean, it's a long ass drive for me to go to that, but
and it's up 3 flights of stairs.
Yes.
Yeah, screw that. I don't like stairs.
Me either.
Yeah, stairs suck.
I seen a comment made on the PC's page there that a good friend of ours wanted to go, but they were told that it's up 3 flights of stairs. So
yeah, but what he's looking for is a light transfer chair to use so that somebody can lift him up there.
I gave him one at PC's.
Well, take that chair up and just throw him over his shoulder and carry him.
Well, yeah, he
doesn't
look that heavy.
Yeah, he's not a big guy.
No, he's not like me.
Right, but I wouldn't be throwing him on my shoulder and trying to go up 3 flights of stairs. So
Marcel, it's Marcel's fault.
Why?
Because that's all your edibles. That's why I gained an extra 20 pounds.
Oh, my edibles, not your wife's cooking.
That too.
Yeah.
On that note,
safe answer, Darcy.
On that note, let's take a magic carpet ride, shall we?
Yeah, I agree.
Alrighty. This is
He's
420
loving
Radio
hippie shit, all that stuff.
Thanks for listening. We'll see you next week.
Talk at you soon.
Hey, this is Cheech. And this is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Ooh.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern.